never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he's suspending the planned strikes on Iran for 2 weeks, dropping an earlier 8 p.m. Eastern deadline. The pause is conditional on Iran agreeing to fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz, with the administration saying negotiations remain ongoing towards a potential agreement. Iran is calling on young people to form human shields around power plants after President Trump threatened to destroy the nation's energy system.
Trump has given the Islamic Republic until Tuesday night to make a deal to reopen the oil-critical Strait of Hormuz or else face devastation. The head of Iran's Supreme Council of Youth and Adolescents said on state television that the human chains will be a sign of the youth's commitment to protecting the country's infrastructure. I'm Michael Kastner.
The schedule for Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick's testimony before the House probe in the Jeffrey Epstein investigation is reportedly set.
Reports are saying Lutnick will testify before the House Oversight Committee on May 6th. The committee's chair, Republican Congressman James Comer, announcing in March that Lutnick had agreed to take questions. Lutnick's relationship with Epstein has been under scrutiny since files released by the Justice Department show that he had more contact with a convicted sex offender than was previously known. Lutnick has insisted he did not engage in any wrongdoing. I'm Jim Roop.
Medicare Advantage funding is set to rise in 2027. Easing worries over premiums and benefit cuts.
The Trump administration has announced a 2.48% increase in Medicare coverage payments for 2027, a move designed to help seniors avoid higher premiums and cuts to benefits. The adjustments give insurers more flexibility to maintain coverage, including dental, vision, and fitness extras, and reduces the risk of plans leaving markets, especially in rural areas. Officials say the increase aims to keep coverage stable, while analysts note it reflects both beneficiary concerns and industry input. Seniors may see a smoother, more predictable year ahead for Medicare Advantage. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The officer turned on the overhead lights in an attempt to make a traffic stop on the vehicle, but the vehicle fled from the officer. And over the course of just a very brief 15 seconds, plunged into the Willamette River.
At least 2 people were killed when a speeding car crashed into the Willamette River in Portland, Oregon, early Monday morning.
Assistant Police Chief Brian Hughes says an officer saw one person treading water.
While speaking to the young man in the river, the officer learned there was potentially up to 3 additional people in the car.
Portland Fire rescued that person in the river who was hospitalized. The 3 people in the car were ages 17 to 20. 2 bodies recovered. The 3rd person remains missing. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A new Washington Post Schar School poll shows Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger with about a 47% approval rating and a 46% disapproval just 2 months into her term. This is reflecting a deeply divided electorate, even after her 2025 landslide win. Support varies sharply by party as voters weigh her affordability and policy agenda. Well, it turns out that your leftover Easter candy might be good for your health.
Dietitian Beth Cerrone at the Cleveland Clinic says dark chocolate can decrease the chances of suffering a heart attack and stroke and also has less sugar than other chocolates. Cerrone recommends 1 square piece of chocolate or 1 ounce of it per day. The best kind, she says, is anything with 70% or more cocoa and less than 8 grams of sugar. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Well, would you looky there? According to my calculations, we've crossed over the midnight hour. Well, on the East Coast anyway. Welcome into Hump Day. We'll do the same from coast to coast, time zone to time zone. Turn the page on the calendar. 8th day of April, midweek. All right, good to have you with us. Right out of the box here, and away we go. Another edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. One more rather chilly night outside the secret bunker. Frost advisories, freeze warnings in some areas. Again. Then we start to warm things up for the second half of the week. Actually going to be looking at temperatures warming rather quickly for folks, especially in the southeastern portions of the country. Now, we'll break it all down for you, but again, freeze warnings tonight stretching through central Indiana, southern half of Ohio, again, much of West Virginia, eastern Kentucky. Cold air now reaching over to the eastern seaboard. Freeze warnings right through the heart of Virginia, south central and southeast Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. A chilly night. But hang in there. Warmer days are on the horizon. What do you say? We'll start it right there. Not a bad night as far as looking at the lower 48 here. Precip is very, well, few and far between. A little bit of rain in eastern Montana, western portions of North Dakota tonight. Some lingering snow showers in the northern reaches of Montana. Aside from that, you might find a spotty shower through the central portions of New Mexico. Looks like we're seeing a few sprinkles there in eastern portions of Iowa, northwest Illinois. But the big picture looks like a great night for trailer trucking, rolling the freight up and down the highways and byways. All right, so the temperatures going to begin warming markedly in the southeastern U.S., while chilly and warm air kind of trade places several times in the Northeast right through mid-April. We're going to be looking at high pressure originating in central Canada, slowly moving southward across the eastern U.S. over the next week. For many areas in the Northeast, the chilliest night will actually be tonight, Tuesday night, while in the Southeast, it's going to occur probably Wednesday or Thursday night. We've got strong April sunshine, gradually causing temperatures to rise as the high pressure remains parked for a good week or more over the southeast. Temperatures are going to start near or below freezing across much of the northeast. Here, as we roll into Wednesday morning, you'll be a little bit below average right on through Thursday. Highs in New York City, maybe within a couple degrees of 50. Your typical average would be about 60 this time of year. Further south, the impacts of that chilly Canadian air, a bit less dramatic. Temperatures in Charlotte, just below average. Right on into Thursday, Atlanta, you should be pretty close to average. The warmth begins to build pretty substantially Thursday into Friday across much of the eastern USA. On average, temperatures are forecast to increase 10 to 20 degrees from one day to the next. Boston, New York City, you'll experience highs in the mid-60s. This weekend, much of the Northeast, you'll see another setback. Temperatures forecast to tend downward, again by 5 to 15 degrees. Another fresh area of high pressure out of Canada slides in. By the time we close out the weekend, highs in Boston and New York will be back into the 50s once again. But for much of the Ohio Valley, the southern Appalachians, the Carolinas on south, any temperature change rather slight. Highs mainly in the 80s from the Interstate 40 southward from this weekend through at least the first half of next week. The Northeast, you experience another surge in temperatures Sunday to Monday. Temperatures rising 15 to 25 degrees. Forecast to reach into the 70s to near 80 in Philadelphia and New York City. You'll be in the 70s in Boston, well into the 80s for Washington, D.C. by Monday. They advise parents and caregivers reminded that temperatures in vehicles can soar well above outside temperatures, even if the windows are cracked. Last week, we've already had the first fatality of a baby left in a vehicle in Florida, the first hot car death of 2026. Meanwhile, an extended dry area, vast areas of the southeast away from that stalled rainstorm over Florida may not receive any rain through April 15th. That might be good for construction, painting, field work. It will raise the risk of wildfires. The combination of dried leaves and brush from winter, along with sunshine, dry air, warmth, and breezes, ideal conditions for wildfire ignition. Outdoor activities should be conducted with caution, especially when using powered equipment or open flames. Looking ahead from March 20th, or I should say looking back, March 20th to March 30th, there were more than 600 wildfires in North Carolina alone, according to the Department of Agriculture. While most areas in North Carolina picked up a few tenths of an inch of rain early this month, this dry stretch is going to remove any of that moisture from the landscape rather quickly. From Alabama, Florida to Virginia, 97% of that region is abnormally dry. Drought severity will increase across much of that region over the next 7 to 10 days. Looks like the next chance for rain for much of the southeast will come when a series of storms forecast to bring severe weather to the heart of the country and parts of the Midwest finally pushes eastward toward the middle of the month. Meanwhile, out west, we are going to be watching a storm rolling in off the Pacific, forecast to spin slowly toward California late this week before drifting inland over the weekend. That will bring some much-needed rain, even a bit of high-elevation snow. While this will be far from the strongest storm of the rainy season, it'll be extended. That'll bring multiple days of showers for some locations. Dry weather persists across much of the west right through midweek here, along with a bit of warming trend in parts of the interior southwest. Meanwhile, a departing storm bringing some showers and thunderstorms to New Mexico and Colorado. And there's not much out there, as I mentioned. A little bit of rain there in south of Santa Fe, New Mexico. But highs in the 90s for the Phoenix area. Low 90s for Las Vegas as we head into midweek. Ahead of increasing cloud cover from the Pacific storm, the temperatures may still climb well into the 90s in Phoenix right on into Friday. Over on the California coast, Los Angeles and San Diego, a marine layer will keep temperatures stable, highs in the 70s. Low clouds may linger into the afternoon right through midweek here. The first showers from that Pacific storm arriving along the northern California coast by Wednesday night, reaching the San Francisco area by, say, Thursday. Showers spreading into the Sacramento area later Thursday, then reaching Los Angeles Friday or Friday night. It may take till later Friday night for showers to reach down into the San Diego area. Maybe Saturday to see some spotty rain from Las Vegas to Phoenix there. All right, for those attending to the Coachella near Indio, California, dry, breezy, warm conditions forecast for Friday. Sunshine, high in the upper 80s. People can expect to get wet come Saturday. Breezes may cause some blowing dust before any rain arrives. Then Sunday, it's going to be a bit cooler, generally dry with a high in the lower 70s. So that'll be some much-needed rain. That's the storm system that eventually, again, moves slowly through the southwestern USA late in the weekend into early next week. Could bring multiple days of potential severe weather to the Great Plains and parts of the Midwest continuing into next week. Exactly how widespread and intense the storms become, becomes a bit clearer as we get closer to the weekend here. But welcome into the hump day. Here we go. Midweek coming our way. Well, a big sigh of relief. Okay. Anticipation. Yeah, we were wondering what would remain of the infrastructure in Iran by the midnight hour Eastern time here this Wednesday morning. Crisis averted, Armageddon averted for the moment. Big time. I mean, you talk about an 11th hour deal. Yeah, reports were there were already B-52s had taken off. The B-52s were in the air. Yeah, sorties were underway. We were essentially about an hour away from that 8 o'clock Eastern time deadline for Iran. We have the official statements. First from Pakistan, who's been the mediator. The official word from President Trump and the official statement from Iran. It's not locked into stone, but it's at this point a 2-week ceasefire from both sides. The Strait of Hormuz will be open to traffic. That's all the latest developments that we'll break down for you here. First, we'll say hello to a few of our listening friends coming up here. Matter of fact, Drummer Girl, first out of the box tonight, sitting in Philadelphia, waiting on my trailer. Good to have you with us. Hello, Shorty, I-77, northbound Mount Airy, North Carolina, with 51 degrees at this hour. Columbus bound. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. All right, Pappy, what day is it? What day is it? Not official till Horse Feathers makes it so. All right, so President Trump made it official tonight. Don't FAFO with America. Iran did not call President Trump's bluff. Why, you might ask? Iran knew Trump was not bluffing. Iran has chosen to see the light from that thing on the wall called a switch. Flipped the switch and the lights come on. So 2-week ceasefire. Time to sign and finish the deal, making it official. Big question for tonight's show. Yes, will this hold up? 844-844-3388. The digits to hit. We'll get your opinions, your thoughts on the evening's events, or whatever else might be on your mind. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. Watch your 6. Lots to cover as we make our way into a brand new day.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Let begin taking you back a few hours ago, where obviously for the everyday people, the citizens in Iran, those who actually want to be free, get out from under the fist of the radical Islamic regime. There was a post via X from one Iranian right there at the epicenter, which reads, "This is a stressful night for all Iranians. My family and I have huddled together, having spent all our money stocking up on non-spoiling necessities. We're now completely out of funds as people are not getting paid, unsure what the next few hours will bring. But we are as ready as we'll ever be. Whatever happens, as long as enough of Iran remains to save, we Iranians will rise up and topple this regime. If the electricity goes out, so does our internet. Even my Starlink won't work then. If that happens, I want to thank Starlink for being the most welcome light in our darkness. Every single piece of real information that has come out of Iran, whether directly or indirectly through VPNs like V2Ray, that first connect via Starlink, has been the only it's only been possible because of Starlink. Everything else is just regime propaganda from agents with their special white SIM cards that have unrestricted access. The Islamic Republic worships death and kills its own citizens with impunity. I pray that President Trump delivers on his promise and that the United States and Israel level the playing field so we can finally deal with the regime without destroying too much of Iran, so there's still something left to save and rebuild. Trump's words are usually extreme, so I hope his end of civilization comments are just scare tactics. Soon, this nightmare of evil will end. I know it in my heart. So that, again, just hours before the deadline arrived. Take you forward. First, the official word from I believe it's the Pakistan president, Shahbaz Sharif. With the greatest humility, I am pleased to announce the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America, along with their allies, have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere, effective immediately. I warmly welcome the sagacious gesture, extend deepest gratitude to the leadership of both of the countries, and invite their delegation to Islamabad on Friday, April the 10th, this Friday, to further negotiate for a conclusive agreement to settle all disputes. Both parties have displayed remarkable wisdom and understanding and have remained constructively engaged in furthering the cause of peace and stability. We earnestly hope that the Islamabad talks succeed in achieving sustainable peace and wish to share the good news in the coming days. Okay, so let me take you to the official statement from President Trump then, shortly thereafter. Based on conversations with the Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, statements we just shared, and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran, and believe it's a workable basis on which to negotiate almost all the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the U.S. and Iran. But a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. We have the official statement then shared by President Trump, the official statement from Iran. Everyone appears to be on the same page. When we come back, overseas, the markets definitely responding positively. Oil prices dropping well below $100 per barrel almost immediately on the news. More details ahead. First, an update. A service of industrial injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has paused the deadline for military action against Iran, announcing a 2-week suspension of strikes involving diplomacy involving Pakistan's leadership. Oil prices fell following the announcement. The CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase warns the ongoing conflict with Iran could tip the U.S. economy into a recession.
Jamie Dimon issued the warning in his annual letter to shareholders Monday, writing, "Now, because of the war in Iran, we additionally face the potential for significant ongoing oil and commodity price shocks. According to Dimon, it may lead to stickier inflation and ultimately higher interest rates than markets currently expect." John Sommers, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 85 points, the S&P 500 added 5 points, and the Nasdaq rose 21 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
The official statement from Iran, shared by President Trump here hours ago, reads, "On behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express gratitude and appreciation for my dear brothers, Prime Minister of Pakistan, Sharif, and Field Marshal Munir for their tireless efforts to end the war in the region in response to the brotherly request of Prime Minister Sharif in his tweet, and considering the request by the United States for negotiations based on its 15-point proposal, as well as announcement by the President of the United States about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiations, I hereby declare on behalf of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations." Yes, signed by one Syed Abbas Arghachi, which Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Islamic Republic of Iran. Again, I have no idea who the guy is, Minister of Foreign Affairs. I just presume this is the individual behind the scenes that the president's been talking about, negotiations that have been ongoing for the last week or so. Now, there were reports here in the last few hours that within hours of the announcement by President Trump and the agreement via Iran, that missiles were being launched into Israel again. I would, if I had to make my best guess, the communication from the various factions and the Islamic Republican Guard and all that, it's a big country. How do you get word to them? Hey, we've got a ceasefire. And, of course, some of the radicals would probably say, to hell with the ceasefire. I'm launching anyway. There's division, obviously, between the official Iranian military versus the Islamic Republican Guard? That's the big question of will this hold? Now, taking you to the markets after the president agrees to the 2-week ceasefire, oil prices plunging, U.S. stock futures increasing, futures for the S&P 500 up 2.2% as of 8 p.m. Eastern. The Dow futures up 930 points, with the late announcement holding off on the threatened attacks on bridges, power plants, and other civilian targets, subject to Tehran agreeing to a 2-week ceasefire, reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's Supreme National Security Council said it accepts the 2-week ceasefire, and its foreign minister said passage through the strait will be allowed for the next 2 weeks under Iranian military management. Futures for U.S. crude sank to $96.27 per barrel. The international standard Brent crude dropping 14.4% to $93.48. Now, the price remains well above where it was at the start of the war. Meanwhile, Japan's Nikkei up more than 4%. South Korea's Kopsi up 6%. Earlier in the day, U.S. stocks swinging as the uncertainty about the war increased after President Trump had threatened the whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again if Iran did not meet that 8 p.m. Eastern deadline. S&P 500 fell by 1.2%. Stocks rallied at the end of trading after Pakistan's prime minister urged Trump to extend that deadline for another 2 weeks. S&P 500 erased all of its losses, ended with a modest gain of 0.1%, so pretty much flat. Dow Jones Industrial Average dipped 85 points, or 0.2%. America's seeing the average price for a gallon of regular gas across the country, according to AAA, now at $4.14 per gallon. Diesel prices, we've got the latest there this past day from the Energy Information Administration. The diesel average price nationally up another 25 cents per gallon over the past week. All those presumably should begin to relax a bit, gradually begin coming down here in the coming days. We could only hope and pray, right? So, like I said, big developments. Hello to Mr. Ferguson. Hello, John Morning from the chilly Rockport, Missouri. Headed toward Lincoln, Nebraska, Grand Isle, Nebraska, and Gibbon, Nebraska for a 3-drop tomorrow. Hopefully a load back to Ohio. We're 41 degrees, clear skies where I'm sitting this evening. Everybody stay safe out there. Larry, good morning, 53, cloudy skies, Billings, Montana tonight. Rolling north of the border to Calgary, Alberta, Canada. All right, safe travels. Everybody be safe out there. Hello, James. Morning clear, 57 in Woodstock, Georgia tonight. Getting ready to head to Richmond, Virginia to visit some family members. Roy is on board. Good evening from Northwest Illinois, 41 degrees at this hour. Dean, good morning from the birthplace of Johnny Appleseed, Lowminster, Massachusetts this morning. Uncle Chop's on board. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew, all the listeners out there. Daniel, good morning from over by Drummond, Montana. Everybody be safe. Bad accident east of Columbus, Montana on Interstate 90. I don't know what's wrong with drivers not paying attention out there, but all right, just a heads up. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down 33, Platkill, New York tonight. Round 2 to Schenectady. Nap time is over. Coffee's up. Time to ride. Where do we find the Iron Duck tonight? Checking in from Urbandale, Iowa. Currently 40 degrees. I am nearing my destination. That's good news. Keep the rubber side down. Hello, Brian. Brian Ham on board. Guardian of Chaos. Morning overnight crew. 30 degrees, clear here. Warming up to 50 today in the Nutmeg State. Stay safe. Thanks for the ride, good sir. To the West Coast, top of the morning. Santa Claus on board, 64 degrees in Elk Grove, California. We're now planning our first of 2 cross-country road trips to Toronto and the East Coast again this year. We are planning on driving through your city. Maybe we can meet up for coffee or get together for a meal with you and the princess. All right, Santa Claus out. Sounds like a plan if we can get that worked out logistically, right? All right, a couple more. Kevin, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Where we at? Eskimo Mom. Hello from our listening friend Matthew, who says, good evening. How you doing tonight, Steve? Your favorite listener when you were back on the other station. My mom and I had a chance to talk with Chip, otherwise known as Tater. Yeah, thinking about coming over to Cincinnati for a Redlegs game and very exciting and resilient Cardinals, maybe the 22nd, 23rd, 24th of May. Maybe we can get together. 49, partly cloudy in the best city in Missouri tonight. O'Fallon, Missouri. All right, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving under the stars, Dublin, Virginia, with 40 degrees. And there is Eskimo Mom. Howdy overnight drive. Happy hump day, Wednesday, whatever day. Tuesday began early voting for the Ohio primary, May 5th. We're now counting down 32 days till Mother's Day, 42 days till the unofficial start of summertime, a.k.a. Memorial Day. How about that? Finishing up a drop and hook at the store before heading back to the yard. Start my 10-hour break. Then we'll just do it all over again later Wednesday. I'm glad to hear about the ceasefire. Hopefully, cooler heads will reign and people caught in the middle can get back to some sort of normal. We are clear, a little bit of a breeze, 49 degrees, though, in Owensboro, Kentucky tonight. There's Ken. Morning. No Northern Illinois UPS feeder drivers got the DCP buyout. Package car drivers only. That's where we were discussing some of the changes there. The agreement with the Teamsters, limiting, I think the total, just 7,500 buyouts will be available to UPS now versus what they were hoping to be was some 30,000. All right, what do you say? Is it going to hold? What do you think, Grump?
I don't think it's going to hold past a week.
No?
If it even holds that long. No, they got too many idiots there that's wanting to shoot rockets and stuff, and, I think it's going to fall flat on its butt here pretty soon, and I hate to say it like that, but it's, they've never held anything in the last 47, 48 years. I mean, it's been the same thing. And they don't even know who the hell's in charge of, Iran right now.
Well, that's kind of what I was saying. That's why, so with the reports of missiles coming in within hours of the announcement, there's two separate, you've got the actual so-called Iranian leadership, then you've got the Islamic Republican Guard. They're not on the same page on anything, are they?
No. They can't get along. I mean, the Republican Guard's just a bunch of jackasses anyway. And, they're the ones that does the majority of the killing of the civilians over there. If anything comes out of this, I think it's probably going to be one of the best times for our people to be doing target identifications. And, from those on the ground. And that might be one of the best things because they're going to have to get out. The Iranian, whether it's the military or Republican Guard, they're going to get out and move around a little bit because they've got to maintain control of some sort, of all the civilians. So, that might have a little uprising and things. It might be their view on getting out and trying to find more of the Starlink satellites and satellite dishes and things like that, like they were prior to the big bang going off. So I'm kind of thinking that, that we probably flooded the area with some, more operatives, more CIA agents, more Mossad. I know Jordanians are there also. So they're probably doing a lot more target ID. So if they do fail in this, they'll be able to hit them pretty hard. And, I still can't wrap my mind around the fact that, their Navy's annihilated, their Air Force is annihilated. How in the hell are they controlling that Strait of Hormuz? I just can't, outside of, flying drones or something into ships, that's loaded with some explosives. I mean, we've got that MQ-9 Reaper over there that, that drone, and that's a bad mamma jamma, buddy. That thing gets right after it. And, I was talking to a guy today, and he said, they're going to send a bunch of B-52s over there with them Moabs. And I said, Moabs can't fit on a B-52, dude. And he said, well, they should have already used them. Well, Moab is that damn thing's 30 foot long. It's, got a diameter of almost 41 feet or 41 inches. It weighs about 22,000 pounds, 19,000 pounds of it is explosives, it is the actual warhead itself. And so it has to be delivered out of the back of a 130. They deploy a drag chute, pull it out of the back of it, and as soon as the chute opens, it jettisons, and then the Moab locks onto whatever target they programmed into it with the GPS, and it finds its way to it. But I don't know. I've kind of been put back with some of this. I think Donald. I think if he would start talking up more about the people, the Iranian people, because they're hearing it on Starlink and stuff, but saying that he'd wipe out a whole civilization or whatever it was that he said. That's not. That kind of rhetoric, it does not help to build a coalition within that country, and that's right now what they're kind of wanting. They're gonna need to depend, I think, a lot on the civilian population there to help with the target identifications in case this goes south. And when they're looking at things, well, hell, are they gonna wipe us out or what? What he's saying. I know he exaggerates a lot of stuff and tries to build it up, but he should not be throwing that kind of rhetoric out there. I mean, it's just the optics of it, especially on a when you're trying to build a morale and trying to build their abilities to get in there and actually overthrow that government, by the civilian population. And I don't think it was helpful. I don't. And I think he realizes that now, because he's caught a lot of flack, I believe, from his own people within his own administration said, hey, man, you need to chill with that kind of stuff because that's not helpful. So, he's always been like that, though. He says something, then, 5 minutes later his brain kicks in and he's like, damn,
Right.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but I don't know. This is going to be a tough 2 weeks right here. And I think one of the things that we're going to see, in this next 2 weeks is just, I think we're probably going to see a lot of individuals acting unilaterally, like, what I'm saying? A lot of the troops over there, a lot of those that have already set up, their little caves and whatever, where they got some launchers or whatever in there. I think, I don't think they're going to, pay that much attention to the ceasefire. I mean, they got that much hatred toward, Israel and United States and I don't know. If it holds a week, it'll surprise the hell out of me. But it just really reeks of I don't know, just the same lies and things that the Iranians tell. So I don't know. We'll see. I hope it holds, and they're able to come to a permanent agreement where they can get rid of that 900 pounds of material that and we can go from there. But they need more. I still go back to the fact Steve, that they need more of the Arab nations involved in this. A lot more of them that's stepping up and not just necessarily siding with us, but being against what's going on in Iran. And a lot of the new people that's there, and I think they've offered them safe passage through several different venues of getting some of the thugs and the bad actors of getting them out of there. And but they're they're hanging on to everything right now. I mean, this has lasted longer than I thought it would. All the models and everything on these war scenarios, we went in and we took care of business pretty damn quick as far as knocking everything out of service. Like their Air Force and the Navy, and I think they figured about 40,000 right now troops has been killed. Somewhere in that neighborhood, and that says a lot considering that we've lost 13, 14 people, and which is still bad. I mean, that's but we're just gonna have to wait and see, I guess. I hope it lasts, but you look at these damn senators and congressmen who are talking impeachment now and removing Hegseth and just doing all these damn Democrats will grasp at anything. I mean, anything just to build their brand and try to, create the problems we're having with, within the country itself. They love division. I don't know why they can't get on board with it. If it was been Joe Biden or Barack Obama doing the same thing Trump's doing, hell, they'd have been beating the drum saying, we got to go in there and get this and do that, but I just don't, for the life of me, understand why they despise this country so much today. And, it just makes you sick, man. I mean, when you look at it, and these idiots are, all they're trying to do is just break us down, just keep that division going. And, whether they were that close to building a nuclear weapon or not, this is something that 5 administrations should have already taken care of.
Right.
And when they took our Marines hostage right then, we should have stomped the snot out of them. And we had the capabilities right there. And then, of course, they had Desert One there where, I was in Turkey at that time when that failed rescue attempt happened in the desert over there. So we was all on, kind of alert on that one. But that, I don't know. It's this has been a long time coming, and they've been bad actors to their neighbors, and they've sat on their ass and hadn't done a damn thing. They've relied on the United States to get sick enough of it to do something. That's the Arab nations. And then you look at NATO; they ain't doing a damn thing. This has been kind of a go alone. We got Israel on our side, of course, and some of them are showing up to do a few things there in the Gulf area, but. I hope I'd like to see a rewrite of NATO itself. I would, because it's they have depended on the almighty dollar to support them damn countries over there, and that's all they want. Is our guys bleeding and our dollars. That's it. They just to prop them up. If the balloon goes up, let's send in the Americans first. And personally, I'm sick of it. Let them bleed for their own damn countries for all I care. But and we'll see what happens. But I think Rubio and them's kind of working on something right now. And as soon as this is over, NATO's gonna see a different view of what's happening. But
right.
The Secretary General, I mean, he was really harsh on NATO. I mean, he was really talking it up. If you think that we can survive without the United States, guess again. And just he went right off the rails about it. And truth hurts, to a lot of them, I guess. They want to build things up. They want, like I said, they want our bases there because of the economic value that we offer and the protections that we offer, but they don't want a damn thing to do with when something like this. It's like, no, that's your problem. No, it's everybody's problem. When Iran proved that they had missiles that could hit London, number one, right then should have been an eye-opener, and they should have got off but they're a bunch of sorry asses and started doing things, to help us out. But, hey, if we got to go alone, then that's fine. That's, get rid of them. Hell, they didn't, Look at Desert Storm and everything. I mean, countries are sending, we're going to send 40 cooks over there. Okay, send us 40 damn like that, and that was the extent of their help. So
pretty much useless, right? All right. Hey, Grump, appreciate your input. So suffice it to say, there's one who is very skeptical that this deal will hold. We'll get more coming up. First, news, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more, with fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is delaying military action against Iran for 2 weeks following discussions with Pakistani officials who helped mediate the talks. The newly confirmed Department of Homeland Security Secretary is suggesting big sanctuary cities may lose customs enforcement at their airports.
DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen is questioning whether DHS should process customs at their airports because his agents can enforce immigration law once the international traveler leaves the airport. Mullen says he's going to take a hard look at the cities that want to work with the DHS across the board. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The White House wants to cut some 9,400 jobs from the Transportation Security Administration.
That's according to part of the administration's budget proposal for the next fiscal year. The move would also cut $1.5 billion from the 60,000 employee agency that oversees airport security. This after President Trump suggested that smaller airports use private security. The proposed cuts are not related to the government shutdown that left TSA workers without pay. Congress will hold hearings on the request later on this month. The new fiscal year starts October 1st. The union that represents TSA workers said it's against privatization, that the move would make air travel less safe. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Freelance journalist Shelley Kittleston was released in Baghdad after being held by Hezbollah.
American journalist Shelley Kittleston has been released in Baghdad following her abduction last week. Iraqi officials and the Iran-backed militia Hezbollah confirmed her release, reportedly in exchange for detained militia members. Kittleston is expected to leave Iraq immediately. The case highlights ongoing risks for journalists in conflict zones and the complex role of militias in Iraq. Rod Warner, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 85 points. The S&P 500 added 5 points, and the Nasdaq rose 21 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength
and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
I had a lapse in judgment, and there was a lack of faith, and I take full responsibility.
But now another former staffer of Congressman Tony Gonzalez says the Republican lawmaker sent her sexually explicit text messages.
The San Antonio Express-News was first to report on the new allegations. It comes 1 month after Gonzalez dropped out of his primary runoff due to a scandal involving his alleged affair with a congressional aide. The House Ethics Committee declined to comment on the latest allegation against Gonzalez, as it's already investigating whether he violated the House Code of Conduct. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Radio host Howard Stern and his wife are being sued by former assistant Leslie Kunn. She alleges a hostile work environment and improper non-disclosure agreements tied to their work at SiriusXM. The complaint seeks damages and raises claims of workplace misconduct as well as contract abuse.
Baba Booey.
If you think your allergies are getting worse, well, you're not alone.
Allergy seasons are getting longer and more intense because of climate and environmental changes, so says Dr. David Gudis, who heads the rhinology division at New York's Presbyterian Medical Center. He also says they can develop later in life because of a new location or simply because of changes in someone's immune system. He recommends such over-the-counter medications as nasal steroid sprays, antihistamine sprays, oral antihistamines. He also advises patients to spend more time indoors with air conditioning when the pollen count is high and keeping the windows shut. I'm Jim Root.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
And away we go. Another day, another hour underway as we close out a Tuesday. And just like that, midweek, shall we say, hump day comes our way. Hope your week's going well. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Checking in. There's Gary. Gary on board, 37 degrees southwest Ohio this morning. Looks like scrapyards out there waving all five somewhere. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. get your take. The president, as typically the case is, posting via, I guess, Truth Social, right? Via the real Donald Trump. His latest post reads, "A big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Likewise, so has everyone else. The United States of America will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. There will be lots of positive action. Big money will be made. Iran can start the reconstruction process. We will be loading up with supplies of all kinds and just hanging around in order to make sure everything goes well. I feel confident that it will. Just like we're experiencing in the U.S. This could be the golden age of the Middle East." President Donald J. Trump. At least on the surface, he's making it appear he feels that this 2-week, quote, pause, the framework, the 15-point plan that we had issued, followed by the 10-point plan, which we shared that with you, the 10 points from Iran. He feels that can be agreed upon. I don't know. What do you say? Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Donald Trump's full of it myself. But I guess he ain't bought a can of salmon in a grocery store that costs $7 damn. That don't sound like good times are back in play. Have you bought a can of salmon in the store?
No, I have not. I'm not a fan of canned salmon, but
well, I like canned salmon.
Uh-huh.
I like canned fish, and that stuff's high, man. Jesus, hell, I have to revert back to potted meat. But I'm not. You can't argue a whole lot with what Trump's saying, Steve. But first, let me go where I wanted to go first.
Mm-hmm.
The Masters people. Why every year, when it's about time for the Masters, do we have to hear about all of Tiger Woods' problems? Is that the only way they can sell that damn golf tournament? Is Tiger Woods the main selling point?
Beats me. I mean, he's not going to be there, and that's...
Yeah, but every year, Steve, I mean, yes, he'd probably taken pain pills from all of his surgeries, and which I'm sure some of them are probably narcotics. But to use him for their advertising purposes, I think they could find somebody better to promote the Masters.
Yeah.
But you get sick of reading about it. I ain't interested in what Tiger Woods is out here driving inebriated and getting in wrecks. It happens every dang year. Other than that, after Masters, we don't hear about Tiger Woods no more for a while. That gets to be old news. Now, here's my thoughts. First of all, we can be held liable for war crimes. And if Trump wants to go in there and sit there and say, well, we're going to end humanity in Iran, that's dangerous psychological warfare he's playing. He's playing like the Russians and the Chinese or old fat boy in North Korea. Now, I expect more out of him than that. We apparently have resolved their main leadership, pretty well killed them all off, and now we're dealing with these like the Hezbollah or the Houthis. Now, if you can kill off all the main leadership, why can't you go to these, figure out who's running these little terrorist groups and eliminate them? Why shouldn't we be concentrating on that? and sit there and say we're going to destroy their infrastructure, to me, that's going to be borderline war crimes. Then you're making life miserable on the normal Iranian citizen. And I just don't think that's right. And the second thing, hell, let the Russians and the Chinese come over there and get their asses shot off for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Let them come in there and try to fix that mess. Because they're going to benefit from cheap oil just as we would. So they should want that Strait of Hormuz open to keep the free flow of oil on the markets, which only amounts to about, 20%? Well, God, if I'm not mistaken, I think we could make more than make up that 20% and sell it out here on the market. Or am I wrong?
We don't have that much extra capacity. I mean, yesterday, Tuesday, the UN Security Council held a vote on participating to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and it was Russia and China that vetoed it.
Well, the big question is why? Any idea why?
It doesn't make sense to me.
It don't to me either. Unless they feel like they're just going to continue to cause us grief.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see where it's going to continue to cause us grief. I know they're opening a pipeline through Iraq to a port down there, and I believe their southern part over there by the Saudis, to move crude through there to try to alleviate some of that Hormuz bottleneck. That's where I was reading the other day. Now, how much stable that would be, I don't know. But I know the Houthis or Hezbollah, they're operating in Iraq too, so that may be turned around to be the next hot spot that we have to deal with.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I just wish President Trump would tone it down a little bit, but I'm like Trump. I don't think this ceasefire will last more than a week before something happens and we're back to fighting again. But to sit there and say you're going to run civilization in Iran is that's horse crap.
Well, the stated goals, the original premise, eliminate their ability to develop a nuclear weapon.
I think they've done that.
Decimate their long-range missile capabilities. Yeah, I mean, that has all been accomplished. Are we, or is President Trump trying to move the goalposts kind of along the way?
I'm beginning to think so. Is it, does he think come next election time, us being bogged down in a war where it's going to get him reelected for a third term? Or is he going to be allowed to run for a third term?
No, he's not going to be allowed to run. The big question is the midterms here, though. Will Republicans maintain the House and the Senate?
I think they will. I really do. But come full election time, if we're bogged down in a damn endless fight, I don't know when. But to answer your thoughts about why would the Democrats, not get behind Trump, is because we shut down their bank. The money that they could get funneled back to them under the table, we shut them doors. So, and then I was reading where there was a leak about that downed airman. They put out where he was, and there's going to be an investigation into that. And I guarantee you that's treason 100%, whoever did that while they was trying to find that airman, putting his life in danger, an American soldier's life in danger, because you want to get over and play politics with the news media, that individual deserves to be lined up and shot. Have you read about that?
We actually, I guess yesterday, the identity of the journalist about the missing American has been revealed.
Okay, where did that journalist get that information? And that journalist, but since he had that information, that should have been squashed. So that journalist should be held for treason.
Yeah.
For releasing it. They don't have a right to do that. Not only did you put that individual's life in harm, but people that were looking for him's lives in harm. Steve, that is treason all the way around. And we've got to get tough about that. And you try them, find them guilty, execute them, because they are a big enemy of our way of life, man. So, anyway, I just wanted to call in and chime my thoughts on this stuff and tell you I'm still alive.
Well, give us a full report. Are we on the road? Have we exited the road? Where are we at?
Oh, I'm off the road. I'm done with it.
Okay. I mean, last time we talked, you had that incident, got hit there at the truck stop or whatever, and you were like, I'm done. I'm done.
I'm done with it. I'm going to, here in a month or two, I'm going to try to find a security guard job, and I'm just not driving no more. I won't even work for my brother-in-law. I'm just through driving, period.
Yeah.
I'm just sick of it. So they can have it. I don't give a damn if they call and beg me, hey, please come out and drive. No, I ain't going to do it. I'm sick of it. Sick of fighting the battles out there.
Yeah.
Sick of people threatening me and saying, oh, well, you got to go recertify. Well, no, I don't. Don't have to do that at all. All right, Steve, I'm going to let you go. I ain't going to say anything about sports, other than I did pick Michigan to win the national championship in basketball, and they did, so I was happy about that.
Well, maybe there's one thing on that. What do you think about the president's executive order trying to rein in this NIL stuff? Did you catch that this week?
Yeah, I did, and I do believe it's a start.
Okay.
Now, how far that's going to go, then that remains to be seen.
Okay.
Have you talked to Grump about it?
That we have not discussed yet. We've just been kind of focused on all this Iran stuff and non-domiciled CDLs and all that. So,
but yeah, I think it's a start. So hopefully they'll do a little bit more and tighten the reins on that. Because the way Trump talks, like you only get one chance at a transfer, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, no more transfers. No matter whatever the cause, whether it's an injury or a red shirt, or these guys that have been out there 7 and 8 years playing college football, that crap needs to come to a halt. So, all right, Steve, well, we'll let you go, and everybody stay safe.
Thanks for checking in there. Big Ed, are you with me? All right, yeah, he brought up the leak about the downed airman, the identity of the journalist who first broke that story has been revealed. An Israeli journalist has come out and admitted to being the first to drop the bombshell details on the second missing U.S. airman in Iran, according to the New York Post. Gateway Pundit had reported on President Trump's explosive comments slamming somebody for leaking sensitive details about the missing fighter pilot. The president made it crystal clear that reckless disclosure put hundreds of U.S. troops, including the elite SEAL Team 6 operators, in mortal danger during that high-stakes rescue. The rescue of both airmen was nothing short of an Easter miracle. The weapons officer, of course, evading Iranian forces for days, surviving intense firefights before being extracted in that daring operation. As you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour, and then somebody leaked something, which will hopefully find the leaker. Now, this was President Trump's comments on Monday. We're looking hard to find the leaker. and talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said, we have one, and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave that information, whoever it is. We think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company and release it. And we're going to say national security, give it up or go to jail. There's some things you can't do. When they did that, all of a sudden the entire country of Iran knew there was a pilot somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. Because a leaker leaked, because we have one, we rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. That actually put Iran on alert, offering a big reward for anybody that could capture the pilot. They put this mission, that man, at great risk, hundreds of people looking for him. The person who did the story will go to jail. Now, it's unclear which media outlet the president was referring to, but the New York Times, the Washington Post, Axios, Fox News, all ultimately reported on the downed fighter jet. Israel's Channel 12 was also one of the first to report the downed jet. Amit Segal, a high-profile political commentator and anchor for Israel's Channel 12 News, stepped forward on his Telegram channel Monday and acknowledged his role in publishing the initial scoop about the downed fighter jet crew. He writes on his Telegram channel, Trump, we didn't talk about the first one we rescued, and then someone leaked something about the navigator. Whoever it is, we'll manage to track him down through the network that published it. Now, Segal kind of walked back his earlier claim, admitted he wasn't sure that he broke the first story, but he went on to say that he would still protect his sources. Yahoo News reported the New York Post, Caitlin Dornbos, explained the timeline around Segal's reporting last Friday, noting the Post was unable to immediately find the clip, but Channel 12 reporter Amit Segal posted the information to X at 11:19 a.m. on Friday. Western source, he wrote, one of the American crew members was successfully rescued. Apparently, this Segal guy is an ally of Prime Minister Netanyahu in the Likud party, saying, I'm not sure I was the first, but anyway, I will protect my sources. I don't know if it's Israel that broke the news. I'm not sure exactly what we can do about that, but all right, looking at 25 past the hour. 844-844-3388. We'll get started here with Eagle. Welcome aboard.
Okay. Yeah, how you doing? Steve, man. I thought tonight, well, I already know what's going on. I thought tonight we were going to have a different conversation. You know what's going on. I hope you do know what's going on, Steve. Somebody your earlier callers already said what's really going down, and whether Donald Trump, whether the people that work for Donald Trump, because he's not there, he has his people that are trying to negotiate on his behalf. Whether they don't know it or not, Steve, it's obvious that after the events that are taking place as we speak right now, in the events that are taking place directly after the ceasefire, shows that Donald Trump, him and his people, they're not talking to the true leaders of Iran, Steve. Or maybe the people they're talking to think that they're the leader, but there's obviously somebody else that feels differently, and they're showing that tonight. What'd you say?
That's correct. I mean, and at the same time, what I mentioned was, are they able to communicate? I mean, is the military personnel that are hundreds of miles apart, can they even communicate within one another?
I don't know. Like I said, I'm not happy about Palestine being involved in these negotiations anyway, because I don't trust them. But it looks to me, Steve, like I said, these people can't be trusted. I don't know who this individual is they're talking to. I believe that this person is a good man, whoever he is. But unfortunately, the mullahs and the first guard or whatever they call these people, they seem to feel like they still running Iran at this point. And those people are going to have to be eliminated. It's simple as that. For Iran to be truly free, those people are going to have to be dealt with, because they're causing too many problems. Donald Trump, it's not going to do any good. You saw what they did today. I did not tell you that last night, that they were using human shields.
Yep.
And that's exactly what those cowards did. I heard about it on the news, and then it took place today. Now, some people are saying, and I don't think that has nothing to do with the ceasefire. Some people are saying that Donald Trump, when he saw that happening, that's when he called for a ceasefire, because he didn't want to bomb innocent women and kids. I don't think that's the reason why the ceasefire was called. But I don't think Donald Trump would bomb women and kids either.
Right.
And I wouldn't.
Yeah, and hold the thought there. We got a news break. A service of industrial injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has paused the deadline for military action against Iran, announcing a 2-week suspension of strikes involving diplomacy involving Pakistan's leadership. Oil prices fell following the announcement. The CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase warns the ongoing conflict with Iran could tip the U.S. economy into a recession.
Jamie Dimon issued the warning in his annual letter to shareholders Monday, writing, "Now, because of the war in Iran, we additionally face the potential for significant ongoing oil and commodity price shocks. According to Dimon, it may lead to stickier inflation and ultimately higher interest rates than markets currently expect." John Sommers, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 85 points. The S&P 500 added 5 points, and the NASDAQ rose 21 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Sommers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Sommers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, picking up where we left off there. We will get to some of our industry headlines, updates to bring your way. News you can use, as they say in the industry. We'll get some of that coming up. There were other reports this past day, several. The UK Times reporting that the so-called new supreme leader, which that was what, the Ayatollah's second son, if I remember correctly, reporting that he's incapacitated, supposedly receiving medical treatment in the holy city of Qom. The UK Times, based on a, quote, diplomatic memo understood to be based on both American and Israeli intelligence being shared with various allies in the Gulf region. The memo said that Khamenei is suffering from a severe condition, is unable to be involved in any decision-making by the regime. Some are saying he may be in a coma. Now, he was one of those hit by U.S.-Israeli airstrikes, they say, Monday, which allegedly killed at least 5 others. The target of the strike was a residential building. Again, according to the diplomatic memo viewed by the Times, it did not specify exactly where Khamenei was receiving treatment in the city of Qom. QOM, is it Qom? He's the, third supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, having been hastily installed to that office back on March 9th to succeed his father, who was liquidated in the opening hours of Operation Epic Fury. So as we said, who's running the show? The supreme leader is supposed to be the one making all the final decisions, but now we left off with, got to bring Eagle back in. And I did see, I was suspicious of those reports about actually having human shields. putting kids out there around power facilities, and I indeed saw some of the videos posted this past day. I mean, were those people maybe forced by the military to get out there, join hands, and act like you're supporting the regime? I mean, if the tables were turned and we were in a similar, you sure as hell wouldn't have found me out there looking to be a martyr, parading my kids around, looking to, I guess, maybe that they get to see Allah if they were blown up. I mean, do you think they actually volunteered, or were they maybe forced to be out there? What do you think, Eagle?
Yeah, I listened to a radio show this morning, Steve, as I was driving, and there was a man on the show who claims to be from Iran, a citizen that now lives in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that these families are being paid money. They're being paid money to have their women and children do this, or either they're being forced, but they're definitely not doing on their own free will.
That's what I thought.
They're definitely not there. They're definitely not there because they woke up and decided to do it. There's somebody that's not forcing them to do it, whether it's through torture or threats of killing, or whether it's about money. But those are the two things that I'm hearing. They're not there on their free will. Let's just put it that way.
Gotcha.
Now let me say this, Steve. I'm not very happy right now. It has nothing to do. It's not going to do any good to bomb the infrastructure of Iran, put them in the dark, turn out the electricity and all that, because you're only hurting the women and children that need these things. Yeah, you're hurting the Republican Guard or whatever they call themselves, but you're also hurting the good people too. And you don't want that to happen. But here's why I'm very disappointed, Steve, because apparently this Republican Guard, whoever the hell they are, apparently they think that they have an agreement with the United States, but not Israel. That's what it seems like to me. Because their hatred between those two countries, Israel don't like them, and Iran, the Republican Guard, or whoever these people are, they don't like Israel. Okay, that's why they still shooting bombs and shooting missiles tonight. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd be shooting that too. So here's what I got to say, Steve. And you didn't agree with me, and the other guy, the police officer from Ohio, that calls the show, he didn't agree with me either. And it has nothing to do with the USA. At some point, Steve, you can't let somebody continue to shoot missiles at your country night after night after night. And Netanyahu, I don't really like the guy. I don't like nothing about the guy. But I believe at some point, him and his country gonna get fed up with it. And I believe that they're gonna resort to nuclear weapons with the situation in Iran. Not the USA going to have nothing to do with it, but I believe that, and I wouldn't blame him not one bit if somebody was shooting at my country night after night, especially after we had a ceasefire. Well, like I said, I'm going to repeat myself one more time. Mm-hmm. Apparently, Iran does not that Israel is a part of this ceasefire. Now, here's where I'm pissed off at, Steve, when it comes to the United States. Okay, since they want to play this dangerous game, I'm gonna put it to you this way: if Iran makes the mistake of shooting at anything associated with the United States, whether it be an airplane, a ship, a tanker, or just a U.S. citizen or anybody that's making their way in Iran, that's a declaration of war as far as I'm concerned about the Iranian Guard. Because, see, there's supposed to be a 2-week ceasefire between the U.S. and them. And then at that point, Steve, anything goes. Because I don't have to say nothing bad about Donald Trump. Because, anybody would want to have peace. Nobody wants to see people get killed. Nobody wants to see destruction. I don't want to see it. But I also don't want to be played like a sucker. And that's what I feel like, that the United States is being played as a fool tonight. And I see it as they're doing nothing but, well, I better not say that, because I think that this man that they're talking to really does want a ceasefire. But like I said, there's other people that are not at the table that seem to think that they have a voice. You see what I mean, Steve?
Right.
There's people that are not actually at the negotiating table that think that they're a part of the negotiation, and they're not. And how are we going to eliminate these people? That's the question that we have now, is these individuals that don't want to be a part of the ceasefire. What are we going to do about these people, and how can we do it? That's the question that Donald Trump and his military people are probably talking about tonight, because there's obviously a problem. And like I said before, Steve, you might feel different than I do. I'm putting myself in the position of Israel, the president of Israel. If somebody is trying to eliminate me on a nightly basis and a weekly basis, you can only put up with so much before you have to seek other actions. And if whatever Netanyahu does, that's his business. This is like I told you before, the United States has no reason to resort to this type of deal as far as I'm concerned at this point. But like I said before, hopefully these idiots, and they're very stupid people, and they're very radical. Like I'm going to repeat myself one more time, Steve, and hopefully Donald Trump will be on TV tomorrow and say the same thing. If Iran attacks anything associated with the United States in that part of the world, that's a declaration of war. Whether it's the Iranian Guard or whoever their leader is, you just declare war on the United States when you decide to put your hands on anything associated with the United States, and anything goes. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, there you go. Differing opinions. Good to hear from Eagle. What do you think? Will it hold? Will it hold? The Department of Energy announcing a big jump in diesel prices, national average over the past week, jumping nearly 25 cents per gallon in the latest reading. One of the largest single-week moves in recent months. The increase feeds directly into the fuel surcharge tables for most truckload and LTL carriers. The timing, according to FreightWaves, is rather poor. The spike lands at the end of quarter one, compressing margins for operators already dealing with storm-related disruptions earlier in the winter in a soft rate environment. So shippers on what they call the FSC indexed contracts will see the pass-through in their next billing cycle. Now, for carriers reporting first quarter results in the coming weeks, this late quarter diesel spike is an additional margin drag that analysts may not have fully priced in. Watch for some hedging exposure, commentary, and any second quarter rate adjustment announcements from some of the major fleets out there. But we do know, price per barrel, coming down. It had dropped to, I think it was down in the $93 per barrel range a few hours ago. Where are we at? All right, at this moment, that would be at $95 per barrel. And we'll see where things go. Will we gradually begin to see some moderation? It's all going to depend on whether this so-called ceasefire holds in the coming days, obviously. Meanwhile, Senor Heatwave, how do we look starting out the new week?
No, good morning, Senor. Well, not too bad. I had to shell out $1,800 for Uncle Sam, but to offset that, I get $400 back from Uncle Lujan, of which I had to pay $339 to get my taxes done. So, tax season is not a very happy, joyful time for me this year at all.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. Well, when Yellow went under and shut down, and that put me in the bind with my bills, and went to a group that helps folks like me get a handle on it, and they says, after 6 months, we'll evaluate. And they did, and he says, well, you know what? We could probably get everything knocked down if we just paid them all off in one lump sum. I said, okay, let's do it. They did. And I got the 1099 from those companies that agreed to, cut me a break. But I guess that's the unrealized gain. So I had to Had to pay taxes on that. It's like,
Mm.
damn. Yeah, I tell you, you need help, it costs you. But if you're a foreigner coming here and scamming the living hell out of the government, hey, not a problem. You can get all the money you want. You know, that really ought to be the other way around, you know. Well, you know, whenever we, as the citizens of this country, need help, you know, it don't seem like that they give a hoot in hell about us. But then when a non-citizen resident, or whatever you want to call them, illegal aliens, come over here, oh, the Democrat government is just more than happy to give that money away. Yeah, that just ain't right. And we need to make sure that we tell our neighbors, independents or whatever, you know, it's like, hey, if you think it's bad now, just remember what it was with the previous administration, and can we withstand another 4 years of that? You know, get the vote out. Let's get out there and make sure we don't get any more damn Democrats in, because they don't give a hoot in hell about us, because we're not illegal aliens. That's who all they're worried about. So, anyways, this deal in Iran sounds nice, sounds good, but you have to deal with these people the same way Trump is dealing with them. You gotta speak their mindset. You gotta tell them up front, hey, you know what? It's going to be hell on earth if you don't agree to these terms, because you've been fighting us for the last 47 years. Death to America and death to Israel. Now, I'm not the brightest guy in the room here, but to me, that really don't sound like a chant of friendship. Sounds like to me they really want us dead.
All right.
And if they had the capability, in which they do, who knows? As long as I don't see the sun coming up in the west, several suns coming up in the west, I'm pretty damn happy. I'll pay the extra dollars for the fuel. I'll pay the extra dollars to make sure that our fighting forces are there to take care of my happy hiney. Because it's just not my butt they're taking care of. They're taking care of the rest of the damn world. And why? The Arabs over there around Saudi Arabia don't get up and start going after these people that are on their grounds, raising all sorts of damn Cain and hell. To me, they ain't no damn better than what NATO is. Do you know what part of NATO is really doing their putting money into their military? Poland is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
The former Eastern Bloc countries of Russia, they know what it's like to live under, you know, a terroristic regime. And I don't know what else to call Russia, the old Soviet Union. I mean, they rule with an iron thumb, you know, iron fist, iron something. Because, I mean, you know, these people, they know what it's like. So, yeah, they're going to pony up. And the rest of the damn European nations, well, Germany really has no heart for war. But these bases that we have over there, who built them? Who paid for it? It was the greenbacks from the Uncle Sam. And, you know, to say, well, you can't use these bases to support the war, or you can't fly over our airspace. You know what? Then I really think we ought to pull out of NATO, let them deal with it their own damn selves. And as far as the UN goes, I mean, if Russia and China are going to be out there just
Veto.
saying, nope, we don't agree. Yeah, veto everything. And you know what? I think we ought to just get the hell out of the UN, too. Tell them sorry asses to go to Switzerland or some damn place where they can raise hell over there. If we have to go it alone with our friends Israel, then by God, we're going to have to go it alone. And I don't think that this ceasefire will last more than 48 hours. I mean, the clock's ticking. They're still bombing Israel, as far as the last I heard.
Yeah.
And Israel's got enough to worry about with the idiots there in Lebanon, and then you got these idiots there in Iran. Steve, and I'm preaching to the choir here, I know. Their Quran says, hey, you can lie to the infidel.
Right.
Trump's not stupid. What some people around here think. He knows exactly what in the hell he's doing. I mean, the man is a businessman. He's had some failures, but he's had more success. He knows the art of the deal. I mean, if you want to know this man, get the damn book and read it. The Art of a Deal. And if you got to get down to these low-level life idiots over there that think that they're following the dictates of a guy that allegedly slit 5,000 throats to get people to convert to Islam, if they're going to think that way and put women and children in harm's way to protect their interest, you know what? I would have just gone ahead and bombed the damn places that they were around. You know what? The blood is not on my hands. It's on those people's hands. Because they're the ones that allowed this to happen. And war crimes? What war crimes? This is war. This is what happens. Innocent people are going to die. Innocent people always die in a wartime scenario. It's inevitable. No matter how hard you try to avoid civilian casualties, it's going to happen. And when they put themselves out there as a human shield, well, you know what? You're just as damn dopey as the next person that was ruling you. So if you ain't got no more damn sense than that, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and bomb their damn infrastructure. Let's take out the bridges. Let's take out the electrics. You know what? And the people need to get up and rise and fight with stones and boards if you have to, or lead pipes. Get out there, do something, win your damn freedom, and stop thinking someone else is going to win it for you. You've already lost 45,000 people since the beginning of the year. Get up there and go. Do something. Stop sitting in your asses like the rest of the Arabs over there. Well, we don't want to cause any problems. Well, the problem has been there for 47 years. Get over it. Get doing something. I mean, hell, they were bombing the United Emirates buildings. They were bombing Saudi Arabia. They're bombing Kuwait. What part of war do these people not understand? Get up and hit back. If you hit them hard, like any damn schoolyard bully, they're going to back down because they're going to realize they can't get away with this kind of shinola.
One of these days, they might get the message. I don't know. But in regards to your comments about NATO, yeah, more and more average Americans kind of leaning the direction you are there, Heatwave, increasingly questioning whether we benefit from membership in NATO. Latest from the Pew Research Center says 38% of Republicans or Republican-leaning independents say we benefit at least somewhat from NATO. That's down from 49% last year. 60% now say the U.S. benefits not too much or not at all. Now, that's the first time a majority of Republicans expressed that view. Now, the survey was conducted late March, shortly before the president said he's actually considering withdrawing the U.S. from NATO. Overall, 59% of Americans say the U.S. benefits, which support driven largely by Democrats or Democrat-leaning independents, they say. Among Democrats alone, 82% say the U.S. benefits being part of the alliance. That's a number that's been pretty much stable in recent years. Report also found divisions within the Republican Party. Younger Republicans more likely than older ones to actually see NATO as beneficial. 42% versus 33%. Views on the president's ability to work with NATO vary sharply along party lines. A majority of Americans say they are not confident that Trump can make good decisions when working with the alliance. 62% of Republicans say they're at least somewhat confident in the president's ability compared to just 11% of Democrats. Sharply divided along party lines, even when it comes to the likes of NATO. Not surprising, but news, a service of industrial injection serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more with fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he's suspending the planned strikes on Iran for 2 weeks, dropping an earlier 8 p.m. Eastern deadline. The pause is conditional on Iran agreeing to fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz, with the administration saying negotiations remain ongoing towards a potential agreement. Iran is calling on young people to form human shields around power plants after President Trump threatened to destroy the nation's energy system.
Trump has given the Islamic Republic until Tuesday night to make a deal to reopen the oil-critical Strait of Hormuz or else face devastation. The head of Iran's Supreme Council of Youth and Adolescents said on state television that the human chains will be a sign of the youth's commitment to protecting the country's infrastructure. I'm Michael Kastner.
The schedule for Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick's testimony before the House probe in the Jeffrey Epstein investigation is reportedly set.
Reports are saying Lutnick will testify before the House Oversight Committee on May 6th. The committee's chair, Republican Congressman James Comer, announcing in March that Lutnick had agreed to take questions. Lutnick's relationship with Epstein has been under scrutiny since files released by the Justice Department show that he had more contact with a convicted sex offender than was previously known. Lutnick has insisted he did not engage in any wrongdoing. I'm Jim Roop.
Medicare Advantage funding is set to rise in 2027. easing worries over premiums and benefit cuts.
The Trump administration has announced a 2.48% increase in Medicare coverage payments for 2027, a move designed to help seniors avoid higher premiums and cuts to benefits. The adjustments give insurers more flexibility to maintain coverage, including dental, vision, and fitness extras, and reduces the risk of plans leaving markets, especially in rural areas. Officials say the increase aims to keep coverage stable, while analysts note it reflects both beneficiary concerns and industry input. Seniors may see a smoother, more predictable year ahead for Medicare Advantage. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The officer turned on the overhead lights in an attempt to make a traffic stop on the vehicle, but the vehicle fled from the officer. And over the course of just a very brief 15 seconds, plunged into the Willamette River.
At least 2 people were killed when a speeding car crashed into the Willamette River in Portland, Oregon, early Monday morning.
Assistant Police Chief Brian Hughes says an officer saw one person treading water.
While speaking to the young man in the river, the officer learned there was potentially up to 3 additional people in the car.
Portland Fire rescued that person in the river who was hospitalized. The 3 people in the car were ages 17 to 20. 2 bodies recovered. The 3rd person remains missing. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A new Washington Post Schar School poll shows Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger with about a 47% approval rating and a 46% disapproval just 2 months into her term. This is reflecting a deeply divided electorate, even after her 2025 landslide win. Support varies sharply by party as voters weigh her affordability and policy agenda. Well, it turns out that your leftover Easter candy might be good for your health.
Dietitian Beth Cerrone at the Cleveland Clinic says dark chocolate can decrease the chances of suffering a heart attack and stroke, and also has less sugar than other chocolates. Cerrone recommends 1 square piece of chocolate or 1 ounce of it per day. The best kind, she says, is anything with 70% or more cocoa and less than 8 grams of sugar. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Off and rolling, another hour underway as we make our way into a hump day. Midweek coming on. Turn the page from time zone to time zone, 8th day of April. Hope your week's going well. All right, here we have Deborah checking in. Howdy, Steve. And all the listeners, have a blessed day. Happy week from the Lone Star State. Thank you, Deborah. Let's see. Peter. Let's see. Good morning. 0:45. It's early. Just woke up. I heard a very passionate eagle screaming. We're still headed to Indy. We'll deliver later this morning. All right. Safe travels. Have a good morning, gang. All right, Phil checks in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. 60 degrees in Dallas this morning. All right, that sounds nice. Couple of industry headlines before we get back to your thoughts. Drivers should expect to see increased police presence in several states, as a major distracted driving traffic campaign is now underway. It started actually day before yesterday, runs through the 13th. Troopers increase in enforcement of distracted driving laws. This is what they call the 6-State Trooper Project. Participating agencies include Kentucky State Police, Michigan, Ohio State Highway Patrol, West Virginia State Police, Pennsylvania, and Indiana State Police. Taking your eyes off the road for just a few seconds can change lives forever. That's why our troopers will be on roadways to hold distracted drivers accountable and help prevent crashes before they happen, according to the Kentucky State Police. April is Distracted Driving Awareness Month. The 6-State Trooper Project, a multi-state partnership providing combined, coordinated law enforcement and security services in the areas of highway safety, criminal patrol, and intelligence sharing. So the 6-State Project underway as we speak. Meanwhile, in the state of Arkansas, an Arkansas-based trucking group is pushing to end recognition of all non-domiciled CDLs issued in any state and insist waiting for federal reforms is going to take too long. Last year, Arkansas passed Act 604, which requires CDL holders have a U.S. work authorization, a valid work visa, and demonstrate English proficiency, essentially banning non-domiciled CDL holders. However, American Truckers United says the act didn't go far enough. They're pushing to end recognition of all non-domiciled CDLs in the state of Arkansas. They also say it doesn't want to wait around for federal reforms to come to fruition and aims for Arkansas to take action on its own. ATU wants Arkansas to stop recognizing non-domiciled CDLs issued in other states, stop accepting B-1 business visas held by many Mexican truck drivers, and they want to see drivers caught driving with these credentials fined and their trucks impounded. If we had a bunch of unvetted, unqualified, untrained truck drivers operating on our highways, then it should be everyone's priority to get these drivers off the road. You still have drivers from Mexico who do not have MVRs, who do not have proper drug tests, who don't have proper training and qualification that are operating on Arkansas highways. We all said we agree with what they, of course, the ATU said, but the things that they wanted needed to be handled at a federal level because of NAFTA, according to the Attorney General. The chair of the transportation also told him, Hawk argues Act 604 is doing plenty to tackle the illegal driving problem. But Everett says illegal drivers are still getting caught transporting drugs in the state. Since August, when Act 604 became law, it's placed 1,251 drivers out of service for not being English proficient. They've arrested 386 drivers for having fraudulent CDLs. That's exactly what Act 604 was designed for, was getting people off the streets that potentially are harmful to Arkansas drivers. So Hawk says it's working well as is. I guess American Truckers United wants to see taken additional steps. All right. Hello to Matthew, checking in from Virginia. And Matthew says, my pops, he agrees with heat wave. Thanks for checking in. Who we got? I believe Bruce from Delaware.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. C, for taking my call. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I wish I was still driving when I listened to your show, because it is a great job, and to feel free and you're owning the highways, and it's an incredible feeling. But that's not the reason I called. And wait, hold on. Your intro music is incredible. When I'm going 1,000 miles in the rain, and you know that really makes sense to a lot of us.
Yes, indeed.
That used to drive. I do not anymore, but I sometimes miss it, and you almost make me want to go back to it. But that's not why I called. That's not why I called, sir. The Iran thing, I understand, and I get it, and I think Trump has the upper hand, and we can and will control this situation. Now, because I've been on hold so long and listening to your commentary, you seem to have Trump's ear, and you can actually contact and call him. My question is, as a country, why are we to be energy independent, and yet our gas prices here at home are affected by OPEC or whatever goes in and out of the strait? That doesn't make any sense to me. If we are truly energy independent, then our prices should not fluctuate. Now, if it goes up 10 cents because we're selling, 2 tankers to Europe or something because of the situation, I get that. But I don't understand why the oil fluctuation throughout the rest of the world affects us if we're energy independent. That's sort of out of my realm. And maybe you can ask the president, or, maybe even get us an answer for that, because it really doesn't make sense if we're energy independent.
Yes.
No matter what goes through the strait, it should not affect us.
Well, many have asked the question, and we've tried to address it several times. It's our prices at the pump are based on the global oil prices. When they hit 110, 115, I can break down the numbers. I think like 50% of the cost at the pump is based on the price of crude oil.
Yes, sir. I totally understand that. I've been listening and watching a few things. But my point is, if we're energy independent, what difference does it make on what the oil on the global price is? That shouldn't affect us. We are producing our own oil in our own country, and we wish to be energy independent. Our prices at home should not fluctuate as much as what it has. Now, like I say, if we made a deal with, I don't know, Great Britain or, England or something, or, whatever, and they're buying, 10 of our tankers because 10 of theirs are held up in the strait, then I understand that, possibly our, prices could fluctuate a little bit. But why does the global market and OPEC or anyone else have any influence in our own domestic product when we're energy independent? That's a question that, should be answered.
Well, you can do a quick, I'll do my best to answer your question, Bruce. I've got your number here. Got to get you a first-time caller code and give you a big thank you so much for dialing us up. Accolades, right? If you just do a quick search, why are U.S. gas prices high when we're energy independent? It's been asked over and over again. You can find headlines in just the last few weeks, like Forbes magazine. America produces the most oil, so why are gas prices so high? Because we export oil to the global markets. It's priced globally by traders bidding for that oil. That's a distinction a lot of people don't understand. Washington Examiner. See if we can get the full story here. The dramatic rise in gas prices, raising questions about President Trump's claims over the years that we've become energy independent. Why does the Strait of Hormuz, raise domestic gas prices? You can find headline after headline, delve in a little more deeply if you'd like, but the NRDC, the real reasons for high oil and gas prices, from the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Growth, the false promise of energy independence. Gas prices rising across the country. We're all seeing it. And again, it's just the simple explanation. U.S. prices remain high despite energy independence because oil is globally traded as a commodity. Domestic prices dictated by international supply and demand. So even though we are producing enough energy, disruptions in the global markets like we're seeing in the Middle East or increased international demand raises our prices here. All right, we'll get, let me see here. Get phones reconnected and a quick timeout. Back to your calls in 2.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
All right, how do you put it? I guess, long story short, the term energy independence, that means we can produce enough energy to meet our needs. But it does not mean we're insulated from price volatility when it comes to the global oil market. All right, let me see here. All right, Grump had a couple things you wanted to clarify there. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Number one on that oil thing, our oil companies are not nationalized, meaning that they operate independently. The oil companies that are recovering oil on whether it's federal grounds or privately owned property or whatever from the, wherever, they sell it on the global market. That's why, our gas prices go up and down, because we're not nationalized. What we recover is not just used here in the United States.
Right.
It's put out on the open market. And on this, Eagle made a comment there that he was talking about, basically the Revolutionary Guard. The guy that he said he thought was a pretty good guy, that one is doing all the negotiating for Iran, he's not. He all he is a puppet for the mullahs. And the people that's pulling the strings right now is pretty much the Quds Force that is part of the Revolutionary Guard. They make up about 30,000, I would say, members. I mean, they operate all over the world. They're here in the United States. I would just about bet. They are the ones that train and equip people like Hezbollah and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad there in Palestine. They do all of that. They're the ones that orders all the hits and all the destruction and everything else of the private citizens there. So when we go into an agreement like this, it's ran through people like that, that is actually pulling the strings in the country. The Revolutionary Guard right now is about 190,000 strong. They have 450,000 in reserve normally on any given time, 450 to 500,000. They are, people think that they're not some kind of viable force. They are. I mean, if the last damn thing we'd want is a bunch of boots on the ground with that group of idiots, because it would be, it would be hell to handle. I mean, they would be a handful, the way things are right now, and they operate independently. And that's one of the things that I think is going to cause this ceasefire to go south. Is one of them's going to, whether it's going to be a Hezbollah thing where they're going to launch missiles on into, or rockets on into Israel, or whether it's just going to be somebody pulling the trigger on a ballistic missile going back into Israel. We're going to probably see that, and that's what's going to drive this down the tubes pretty damn quick. And like I said, I don't think it's going to last that much longer. But getting a heat wave. But the last thing the United States wants to be is on the same level as Iran. The one thing that we've always had in our wars is compassion for civilians. That's something that we got to continue with. Everything about this right now is going to be optics. People hate Trump anyway, here in this country. I mean, we got so many damn Democrats that can't stand Trump. They're looking for everything under the sun. And if a Democrat president was to take over from Trump, and he was to bomb some site or order the bombing of some site that had civilians that were killed, you damn right they would be turning him loose for war crimes. I mean, that's just the way these idiots operate. So, we can get the job done, and we can still show a little compassion toward the people there, because they're not, they're stuck in a bad situation. It's not their fault. They've tried to rise up 6 different times, and every damn time there's probably a 500,000 Iranians that's been slaughtered over the years, since just in these uprisings where they try to take over. So they've tried to do the best that they can as far as this, but they cannot beat the Quds Force. It's been operating since 1987. They cannot beat the Revolutionary Guard. That is as strong as they are, upwards to 200,000. And that doesn't include the military that's been, getting their strings pulled by the Revolutionary Guard and the elite forces of the Quds Force. They're the ones that are directing all this crap, and there's probably over 1 million of them. So, the people really, they don't have a hell of a lot of a chance right now, and they're depending on us primarily to wipe out as many of that force as we possibly can, and then they can probably do something. If we can just go in there and completely annihilate a lot of the headquarters and things like that belongs to the Quds Force and the Revolutionary Guard, then yes, we got a pretty damn good shot of convincing the people to get off their ass and take up arms and go ahead. If that ever happened, if they ever flipped Iran, we would probably have a hell of a good ally right there, because it's not the Iranian people that wants to deal with Russia. It's not the Iranian people that wants to deal with China. They want modernization. They want iPhones. They want just cars that they can drive. They want a modern place to live where they don't have to wear all that garb and all that crap that they got to wear. And until you get rid of the mullahs and you get rid of the Quds Force and you get rid of that damn Revolutionary Guard and leave the military in place, this is what we're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So, so anyway, I just want to clarify a couple things there. I didn't think, not stepping on anybody's toes or anything, but that's just my take on it. And one last question as far as the supreme leader, the Ayatollah, who was taken out. Now the son that's supposed to be in charge. And we're hearing these, I guess, unconfirmed reports. He's incapacitated. He's unconscious or in a coma. But then you see posts saying that he's agreed to tell the Republican Guard to stop the retaliation. Who knows what to believe? Do you think the guy's actually even in charge? No, hell no. I don't think for a second. I think the people that is in charge is just saying that he's in charge, just to get everybody to believe that they actually do have somebody in charge. They don't. They're, what's going on over there right now is like I said, probably the head of the Quds Force is the one that's pulling all the strings. He's telling that foreign minister to go, fly out to Switzerland and do this, negotiations and things. And that's the way it is. Getting back to that B-1 visa real quick.
Okay, if we could. Hey, I got to pause before we can get to that. But we will. Yeah, following a news break, a service of Industrial Injection here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has paused the deadline for military action against Iran, announcing a 2-week suspension of strikes involving diplomacy involving Pakistan's leadership. Oil prices fell following the announcement. The CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase warns the ongoing conflict with Iran could tip the U.S. economy into a recession.
Jamie Dimon issued the warning in his annual letter to shareholders Monday, writing, "Now because of the war in Iran, we additionally face the potential for significant ongoing oil and commodity price shocks. According to Dimon, it may lead to stickier inflation and ultimately higher interest rates than markets currently expect." John Sommers, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 85 points. The S&P 500 added 5 points, and the NASDAQ rose 21 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Sommers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Sommers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you for hanging in there. Where did we leave off? Yeah. Well, we were moving back to the whole visa thing. All right. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something quick about that, and then I'll leave you alone here. But the NAFTA established the B-1 visa for Mexican truck drivers to come up here to operate within the interior of the United States. They don't necessarily have to have one to operate inside the commercial zone. But when they get into the, interior of the United States, are supposed to have one. Now, NAFTA, being the law of the land that nobody has went back over and changed any damn thing on, NAFTA allowed for waivers to be established for English-speaking requirement. They don't have to be proficient. All they have to do is have an understanding. The same way with their CDL. They have different, I guess some have different levels of their CDLs or, a likeness of it, and they granted waivers on that. Now, they can arrest them on, all day long or shut them down or do whatever. But I would imagine before long, there's, if things get rolling on that pretty hard, there's going to be these damn federal judges that are going to be stepping in and going ahead and pulling the plug on a lot of it because of the language that was in NAFTA. The Mexican drivers can come up here, but they cannot operate within 2 points of the United States, meaning they can't go to Chicago, then to Florida, and then back out, out there. Canadians, it's a little different story. The cabotage laws are a lot more lenient on them than it is on the Mexican drivers, are supposed to be, but hell, who knows, what all's going on with it. But until they change NAFTA, we're still going to have a mess Steve, with a lot of the English speaking requirements and stuff like that from people that's coming up south the border, and that seems to be the hell, they've even got. I read an article a while back about Sikh and people like that are domiciled in Mexico that are up here driving a truck. So it's not just the fact that they have Mexican drivers up here or Hispanic drivers or whatever. It's they're getting them from all over, and it's they were a big hub for a lot of the Chinese to come across, and their Chinese are driving trucks right now. And Duffy's got his hands full, man, and it's he's done a hell of a job, but it's going to take a lot more, and I'd like to see a lot more of the of course the red states are the ones that's going to be setting it up to combat this problem. Maybe we can get American drivers back in the seats of trucks. I mean, it's like I said, it's not a job that Americans won't do. It's been a job that Americans has got shoved out of because of the cheap rates and all the damn regulatory acts and everything that's been jammed down their throats. And these people, when they come up here and they have an issue or a wreck or whatever, hell, they just go back across the border. Nobody says anything to them. Who's going to sue them? Number one, the same way with the Russians and all the rest of the drivers that are here. When they get in a pinch, they get their diplomatic immunity, and boom, they're, the plug's pulled on them, and their asses is back in their home country. And we've seen that a number of times on individuals that have, been involved in manslaughter, vehicular homicide cases and things like that, where they've, didn't have a proper license and wound up in an accident that's killed somebody. Well, the first damn thing they do is is their country wants to extradite them back to their country. So, I know Duffy's got his hands full, but, I hope the hell, things change in this where we can get more American drivers back in the seats of trucks. Maybe things will change then. But anyway, thanks for taking me back, buddy.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Grump. Appreciate the clarification. There you go. 844-844-3388. Let me get to, hey, Brain Dead. You got a different schedule going, don't you? I forgot about that.
Yeah, I know. It's goofy. You know what? It's a paycheck, a job, Last night, Eskimo Mom and Plowboy sent me a story. The Kroger Quickway driver suing Kroger.
Yeah, I have that story here. I had not touched on it, but what's the scoop?
Well, in my opinion, they got a really stupid lawyer, and I mean, it's not going to fly. I mean, it's going to get tossed out of court. I mean, you got to have 110% proof that this actually did occur.
Mm-hmm.
With Kroger is a little bit different because see, I'm actually a Kroger employee. Now, where they're talking about, they are contracted to U.S. Express, if I remember right. And I know Warner does haul our milk from our plant up in that neck of the woods, too. So, with that being said, Kroger is going to be totally eliminated from the lawsuit from the get-go. But with companies like Warner, Swiss, Schneider, fill in the blank, there's about 8 people involved in that hiring process. So, is one of them anti-union? Possibly. But it's going to be hard to prove unless you have absolute hard facts. I ran into this issue with when Yellow folded. I know Heatwave probably had the same thing. It's just like when you get that union sticker on your back, you can't get rid of it. And I tried to work for Estes and R&L and all of them. And I knew going in I had the deck stacked against me. But I knew somewhere down the line that I would land on my feet. Because those same companies there that they're talking about, the Swift Warner, they all wanted me to go over the road to begin with. No, my over the road days are done. And that's the one thing that is really with this shortage. I mean, I say there is a shortage of drivers because drivers nowadays do not want to stay out for months on end. Now, there are some that don't have a home. They live in their truck. That's the exception. That's an exception, not generally. And even now, it's 2 weeks out, and they get you home. There was a guy named Eli Yoder who worked for ECM when Warner came in and finally said, "Hey, you know what? We're getting rid of ECM," and he wanted to stay. What he was doing, Warner said, "Nope, you go over the road." Hey, you know what? He ain't gonna go over the road. Nobody wants to go over the road, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, it's gonna get thrown out. But right now, these employers can be picky and choosy. A lot of one other thing too is the age. You know, I'm not getting any younger, so I know a lot of these employers are looking at age too. They don't want somebody that's of an older age because they're not going to be around for very long. They want these new guys, these young guys, you know, these 25, 30-year-olds that are coming up. And my point is, what does that have to do with anything? I mean, if you got somebody that's willing to work, let them work. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Gotcha. Yep.
So,
but
like I said,
I think you're 100% correct on the over-the-road thing. I mean, finding over-the-road drivers now it's a difficult task.
And the sad part is those companies, they can't understand it, and they can't change their business model. You know, Warner, I worked for Warner 20 plus years ago, and when I went to work there, I lived 3 miles from their warehouse freezer in Memphis area.
Mm-hmm.
I lived an hour and a half from that plant up in New Bern that Lauren Weech will know where I'm talking about very well. And they told me point blank that I lived too close to the plant and to the freezer to get hired on. But a year later, they were asking me to go onto that account. See, that's where I was talking about the stupid people. Because, I mean, even me and one of the other cartoon characters, we've gotten into it about the whole union work mentality and the union work ethic. I mean, you just can't look at somebody on a piece of paper and say how good they're going to work, Steve. They just got to take a chance, Steve. But real quickly, I just see a blurb that Cletus McFarland will not be running at Kansas and at Talladega upcoming. NASCAR said he's got to run some more small tracks. So, well, other than that, Steve, I'm riding back to Memphis, going to enjoy my nice day off today. You have a good morning.
All righty. There you go. Enjoy the off time. Hey, you're going to warm up a little bit. I mentioned earlier, you see some of these conflicting reports, right? If you're scouring through social media, you may be coming across what is supposedly an official statement from Iran stating that we had forced the United States to capitulate and accept our 10-point plan. We forced them. All right, I've seen those. I've seen those posts, and I shared with you in our first hour what the President Trump, released as the official statement from Iran, which has nothing to do with the likes of what apparently CNN World News had run with, and I guess others via social media are sharing it. Trump just ordered an investigation into CNN for broadcasting a fraudulent Iranian victory statement. 90 minutes, that's how long it took after President Trump announced the ceasefire for CNN to air a statement from Iran's, quote, Supreme National Security Council, claiming they've achieved a great victory, forced the United States to accept their 10-point plan. President Trump's response on Truth Social was a flamethrower. We'll share what he had to say. Let me scroll down here. From Donald J. Trump, again via Truth Social. The alleged statement put out by CNN World News is a fraud, as CNN well knows. The false statement was linked to a fake news site from Nigeria, and of course immediately picked up by CNN and blared out as a legitimate headline. The official statement by Iran was just released and posted on Truth, which he again shared. Authorities are looking to determine whether or not a crime was committed on the issuance of the fake CNN World Statement, or was it a sick rogue player? CNN is being ordered to immediately withdraw this statement with full apologies for their, as usual, terrible reporting. Results of the investigation will be announced in the near future. Donald J. Trump. CNN's defense, they claim the statement was, quote, obtained from Iranian officials and reported on multiple Iranian state media outlets. Deadline. In other words, their source was literally Iranian state propaganda, and they ran it as news without verifying whether the United States had agreed to any 10-point plan. They did not call the White House. They did not wait for confirmation. They took Tehran's word and blasted it across their network. Yeah, the real story is not whether this specific document originated in or from Nigeria or Tehran. The real story is that CNN's instinct within 90 minutes of a ceasefire announcement was to amplify Iran's narrative that America capitulated. No skepticism, no pushback, just straight amplification of what essentially was enemy propaganda. Now, this guy says, I don't think CNN got duped. I think they got what they wanted and they ran with it. Probably. So don't believe these, and it's being shared far and wide. The supposed official statement of Iran's Supreme National Security Council claiming we've achieved a great victory. We have forced the United States to accept our 10-point plan. It's 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
All right, where do we leave off? Yeah, real quick, I did have the story, what Brain Dead brought up there. I think Eskimo Mom had actually forwarded that to me right there toward the tail end of last night's show. We didn't get a chance to touch on it, but it was via FreightWaves. 3 former drivers of the shuttered Quickway Transportation filing suit in U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Ohio, alleging that Kroger instructed their 3 replacement dedicated carriers, which would be Swift Transportation, U.S. Express, and Werner, to reject applications from the former Quickway workforce. The plaintiffs argue that the directive stemmed from the fact that Quickway's drivers were unionized. Representatives, they say, from all three carriers reportedly told applicants at the time of rejection that Kroger had explicitly ordered them not to hire former Quickway employees. Now, that would all be, what do they call that? Word of mouth. This guy saying, well, he told me. Is there any direct paper trail? That's what Braindead was referencing. You've got to have some sort of an email or a text, a directive from leadership at Kroger explicitly saying those sort of things. The court would never, they can't take simply, well, they told me they couldn't hire me because, so FreightWave says a ruling against the defendants here could reshape how shippers structure transitions away from unionized dedicated fleets. Carriers in dedicated arrangements that replace a union operation should document hiring decisions carefully and verify that any applicant screening directives from shipper clients don't run afoul of labor law before the next contract cycle. Again, unless they have some sort of a documentation, I think Braindead is 100% correct. That'll be tossed in a heartbeat. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Well, now, things got a little twist tonight, didn't they?
It's not the end of the world as we know it, as they say.
You know what gets me, though, Steve, is I swear, man, the CNN, Steve, they could care less. They don't give two shish kebabs.
Yep.
Listen, man, all you got to do is look what the media, anti-American media, communist media is saying, and just flip it. Think of the opposite. Steve, they're last couple days, I mean, they've been talking about impeaching Trump, and here now the 25th Amendment is coming out again because of Trump's language.
Yes.
You can't have him talking like that, putting people back in the Stone Age. What's the matter with him? Has he lost his mind?
He's off the rails. He's unhinged.
He's off the rails. Just like with Rocket Man, remember? What is he doing? He's going to put us all in World War III. Next thing you know, he's walking across the 38 parallel.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Jones up. Steve. Man, trying to think of the right scenario for Trump. Let me think about it. I'll get back with you tomorrow on it or something. He's just not normal, man. He's not your normal politician.
Well, I mean, the first thing we're going to see, I mean, if Iran has truly agreed, as their official written statement says, the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, we should see ships, we should see vessels transiting there in earnest starting sometime today, if that's a true statement.
Yes, sir. Steve, I remember seeing a video years ago. Potato Face, Jim Carrey. Ran for president, right? Was a swamp boat Navy guy. John Kerry, not Jim Carrey.
Right, the actor.
Right, yeah, Catch It Man, right?
Yeah.
Married to Catch It Lady. He was talking about foreign affairs and trying to get the embassy moved, and talking about all these other things in the Middle East. And he was just, it has to be done like this. It can't be done like this. It will never, never, ever happen. And Trump comes in and does the complete opposite, right, of what every so-called foreign leader, State Department people thought. You just can't do that. And Trump's like, yes, you can. Watch. And the man's amazing on the things that he has accomplished because he thinks outside the box. I wish I had a better way of explaining it. I think, Steve, what happened tonight is that the Revolutionary Guard and the mullahs, more specifically, blinked. I don't think they wanted to die, Steve. Like Grump said, are we being played?
Right. Does anyone truly know? Hold the thought there. I'm looking at the clock. We're up against, rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, believe it or not. That means news time, a service of industrial injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, engine solutions, from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is delaying military action against Iran for 2 weeks following discussions with Pakistani officials who helped mediate the talks. The newly confirmed Department of Homeland Security Secretary is suggesting big sanctuary cities may lose customs enforcement at their airports.
DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen is questioning whether DHS should process customs at their airports because his agents can enforce immigration law once the international traveler leaves the airport. Mullen says he's going to take a hard look at the cities that want to work with DHS across the board. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The White House wants to cut some 9,400 jobs from the Transportation Security Administration.
That's according to part part of the administration's budget proposal for the next fiscal year. The move would also cut $1.5 billion from the 60,000 employee agency that oversees airport security. This after President Trump suggested that smaller airports use private security. The proposed cuts are not related to the government shutdown that left TSA workers without pay. Congress will hold hearings on the request later on this month. The new fiscal year starts October 1st. The union that represents TSA workers said it's against privatization, that the move would make air travel less safe. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Freelance journalist Shelley Kittleston was released in Baghdad after being held by Hezbollah.
American journalist Shelley Kittleston has been released in Baghdad following her abduction last week. Iraqi officials and the Iran-backed militia Hezbollah confirmed her release, reportedly in exchange for detained militia members. Kittleston is expected to leave Iraq immediately. The case highlights ongoing risks for journalists in conflict zones and the complex role of militias in Iraq. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 85 points. The S&P 500 added 5 points, and the Nasdaq rose 21 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
I had a lapse in judgment, and there was a lack of faith, and I take full responsibility.
But now another former staffer of Congressman Tony Gonzalez says the Republican lawmaker sent her sexually explicit text messages.
The San Antonio Express-News was first to report on the new allegations. It comes 1 month after Gonzalez dropped out of his primary runoff due to a scandal involving his alleged affair with a congressional aide. The House Ethics Committee declined to comment on the latest allegation against Gonzalez, as it's already investigating whether he violated the House Code of Conduct. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Radio host Howard Stern and his wife are being sued by former assistant Leslie Kunn. She alleges a hostile work environment and improper non-disclosure agreements tied to their work at SiriusXM. The complaint seeks damages and raises claims of workplace misconduct as well as contract abuse.
Baba Booey.
If you think your allergies are getting worse, well, you're not alone.
Allergy seasons are getting longer and more intense because of climate and environmental changes, so says Dr. David Gudis, who heads the rhinology division at New York's Presbyterian Medical Center. He also says they can develop later in life because of a new location or simply because of changes in someone's immune system. He recommends such over-the-counter medications as nasal steroid sprays, antihistamine sprays, oral antihistamines. He also advises patients to spend more time indoors with air conditioning when the pollen count is high and keeping the windows shut. I'm Jim Roop.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, back at it here. Hump Day coming our way. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, the left off. Yeah, Pappy alluded to, how did you put it? I think Iran just blinked. You're not the only one that feels that way. Now, let's see. Mr. Rothman says exactly that. Iran just blinked. Iran's foreign minister, Syed Abbas Arghachi, posted an official statement. And President Trump actually reposted it himself via Truth Social. The message from Tehran is unmistakable. Stop the attacks, and we'll stand down. They're also offering safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks, coordinated with Iranian forces, while the negotiations proceed. So think about that. The regime that spent decades threatening to close the strait and choke off global oil supplies is now asking Pakistan's prime minister to broker a deal and publicly thanking him for the effort. Iran acknowledged. President Trump accepted the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiations, not agreeing with it fully. It's a basis alongside the United States' own 15-point proposal. This is a regime that told the world it would never negotiate under pressure. What it took was maybe some real pressure. If you remember, Obama handed them pallets of cash and got a nuclear deal that they immediately cheated on. Joe Biden handed them sanctions relief and got drone attacks and proxy wars in return. President Trump hit them hard, and within days, Tehran is filing formal ceasefire statements and begging Pakistan to carry the message. I know there's a lot of skepticism. Grump, many in agreement. Who was it? Heatwave said he don't think it'll hold for 48 hours. At least Grump gave him a week. I don't know. Pappy, you think it's going to hold? Skeptical? I don't know.
I'm skeptical. I think it might, Steve. I think it might, and I'll explain myself here. But I just thought of something when we were on break when I was trying to explain Trump, what he thinks. Steve, you remember when we were in school, man, right? And they would give us math problems. And you're going into times tables now, and they would give you 356 times 752. What's the answer? And you're like, oh, God, right? And you got to do all this calculation and write them down and carry the two, and you sit there for 5 to 10 minutes trying to figure out that problem. And then at the end, you hope you got it right, right? I remember seeing something several years ago. I'm sure your listeners probably know what I'm talking about, and you do. There was like a new math concept out, right? And this guy was showing how you can solve math problems in the blink of an eye, and it worked. And I remember thinking, what the hell? Why are they teaching that in school when there's another way to do this? That's much simpler. I mean, you could literally, I can't remember what it is. I'm going back probably 15, 20 years. But you could literally, the formula for it, like 352 times 276, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could figure it out in your head in about 10 seconds. You know, you would add the numbers up. I don't know. You take away the last number, put it in front, and add 2 zeros, and there's your damn answer. That's simple. You know what I'm talking about? Have you seen these other? Maybe you haven't. I don't know. Some of your other listeners out there, if you know what I'm talking about, back me up on this. But here's my point, Steve. To what degree are all the Revolutionary Guards and the mullahs, to what degree, how radical are they? I would say the ones most at the top of the food chain here, if you had to put them on a scale of 1 to 10, they're probably a 10. And most of them are all dead now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So, how radical are they? Are they willing to die to be a martyr? Some of them, Steve, are willing. Why don't the bomb maker, Steve, why don't he put on that suicide vest and go march down there and blow himself up? He's probably lower on that scale. We found out what Soleimani's niece is. She's a lot lower on that scale if you would have saw it.
Yeah.
Steve, if you would have asked me before we found out she was living the life out in L.A., dressing around in bikinis and showing what would get her stoned to death in her own country, if you would have asked me a month ago, hey, what scale do you think Soleimani's niece is on a scale of 1 to 10? She's probably a 9 or 10. She's probably up there. She don't believe in none of that. So who's really willing to die? And I guess the groups you got to look at is the mullahs, the Revolutionary Guard, the regular army, and then the civilians. And I think, Steve, that, listen, man, in a boxing match, right? When Mike Tyson hits you 3 times with that left hook, you already been knocked down a couple times, your best bet's just to stay down, man. Or you're going to get knocked out.
Right.
So are we being played? Have some of these less radical came to their senses? Remember the movie The Wizard of Oz?
Certainly.
At the end there, Steve, I can't tell you how many times I watched that movie when them kids were younger. I grabbed that old VCR tape, throw it in the VCR, hit the play button. Them kids would sit there for 2 hours after they watched it 50 times. It was a guaranteed 2-hour kids-free moment, right? Dorothy throws the water on the Wicked Witch of the West. Oh, Milty, I'll get you. You're a little pretty and your dog too, right? As soon as she's dead, Dorothy looked. And she's looking at all the guards with the tall hats, right? Looked like they were from Britain or something. And all the flying monkeys, right?
And they're happy.
Oh, my God.
The witch is dead.
Hail to Dorothy. Hail to Dorothy. The Wicked Witch is dead. I think that's the civilian population. Hail to Trump. Soleimani is dead. Probably most of the regular army, Steve. They're not these radical
IRGC guys.
Yeah. And what's the percentage of the Revolutionary Guard that are willing to strap on that suicide vest? I don't know. I think the numbers are going down. I think on the scale of 1 to 10, as of right now, as we speak, I think that scale's going closer to the 4 or 5 number. I don't know. We shall see. Listen, the straits were open right before we bombed them. So to say we knew it. I mean, we knew. Trump knew. When we start bombing them, they're gonna close the straits. I mean, we knew that was coming. Come on, man. That's 101 military tactics here, strategy. Steve, I think they have been beaten to the point where this is like a middleweight fight up against Mike Tyson, man. Stepping into the ring, thinking he's going to whoop Mike Tyson in his prime. Let me tell you a quick story. I'll get off of here, man. And it kind of has to deal with are we being played or not. There was a bully in school. He's a big dude. He was straight, one of the football guys. And he was a bully. He wasn't like a massive bully, but he was a bully. And, you know, when you seen him in the halls, everybody wanted to be his friend, right? Because they didn't want to be bullied. And when you seen him in the hall, you're just like, oh, God, I hope he don't.
Turn around and walk the other way. Try to duck into the bathroom. I know exactly. Yeah.
We've all been there, right? We've all been there. And there was a buddy of mine, man, and he was a country boy. He's country strong, right? And I used to always say to him, dude, why don't you knock the crap out of him for everybody, right? And dude, you gotta learn to stand up for yourself, man. You know? Well, one day, this bully and some other dude that wasn't quite his size, we're going to go out and have it out, man. Right? So after school, we all met, and they're jabber-jawing, and the other guy's girlfriend steps in. And the bully, he didn't hit her, but he pushed her down on the ground. And my buddy stepped in and whooped his ass. Had him down at one point, and the guy was like, "Oh, I'm done, man. I'm done. Okay, I'm good, man." He lets him up. Troy lets him up. And what happens? Dude attacked him. Right? Troy turned around, started walking away from him, and the guy rushes him, hits him, tackles, and they're at it again, and Troy puts the whoop down on him again. And same thing. All right, man, you win. I'm done, dude. I'm done. The guy came at him again. Finally, I mean, it was lights out.
Right.
He took the lights out. It was over at that point. And I remember saying to my buddy, "Man, what? I thought you said he had to kind of." He said, "Man, you don't put your hands on girls." He stepped over the line. And my buddy, kind of like Trump, had the kahunas enough to step in and do something about it. Where in the past, nobody had the kahunas to do anything about it. And Iran, in these last months, pushed the girl down to the ground. And that was enough. I hope that makes sense. So what's the percentage of who we're dealing with, Steve? That's the question. We are in discussions with somebody. What's their percentage of being radicalized? And whatever that percentage is, because I don't know. I don't think it's a 10. I think it's probably somewhere in the middle, hopefully down closer to 2 or 3, maybe. I think the lesser percentage, the better odds we have of this working. And just think if Trump pulls this off, man, Democrats are going to hate it. They're going to hate it. They can't have him win, see? So the more, watch the leftists. The more they bash this, it goes on over the next several weeks. No matter what happens, the more they bash it, the better off Trump's doing. And the better off we'll be. That's my thoughts. Thanks for taking the call, bud. I have had about 4 hours sleep in the last 36 hours, man. So I'll be ready to go. Watch your 6.
Get you some shut-eye. There you go. All right. Yeah, spent the day at the range. I guess he successfully requalified, right? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, let's get an update. What's now been several days of significant disruptions when it comes to freight movement along the southern border, as Mexican truckers and farmers have shut down numerous key freight corridors in a nationwide strike. The latest from FreightWaves this past day says Mexico's truckers are sending a message the entire supply chain can hear, which is the industry's tolerance for cargo crime, punishing fuel cost, and crumbling road infrastructure has run out. The National Association of Transporters and the National Front for the Rescue of the Mexican Countryside, organizing blockades in at least 20 Mexican states that started at 7 a.m. 2 days ago, I believe it was, choking access to Mexico City other major industrial zones, and several U.S.-Mexico border crossings. Now, this is a direct response to what both groups describe as years of federal inaction when it comes to cargo theft, rising diesel prices, deteriorating highway infrastructure, ongoing extortion of commercial drivers throughout the country. The cargo theft numbers are actually astonishing south of the border. Official data showing 6,263 criminal investigations into cargo truck robberies were opened last year alone. Those are official investigations. Industry groups say the actual number is probably more than 16,000. Unreported theft pushing annual losses past 7 billion pesos. Carriers running on thin margins cannot absorb that as a cost of doing business forever. The blockades have become a reckoning arriving on the highway. Now, this is a pivotal moment for cross-border freight. Mexico has become a cornerstone of what they call nearshoring strategy for North American manufacturers, drawing record foreign investment, generating new industrial freight corridors that U.S. carriers increasingly depend on. If this continues, a prolonged disruption to Mexico's highway network, it's not a regional inconvenience. It is a supply chain disruption that will indeed ripple into U.S. distribution networks. Organizers said they've made it clear these strikes will continue until the government delivers concrete agreements, making duration entirely contingent on what the leadership or political response will be south of the border. According to FreightWays, so if you're moving freight across the U.S.-Mexico border, the border crossings, treat this as an active disruption that requires real-time monitoring. Routes touching Mexico City and major industrial zones are carrying the highest risk. The underlying drivers, cargo theft, fuel cost, road conditions, they're not going to resolve even if today's blockades lift. Carriers and shippers with Mexico exposure right now need to be building contingency routing and buffer time into commitments until formal government agreements are put in place there. I think we're rolling into, it started Monday, so here we are, rolling into day number 3, continuing apparently unabated at this point in time. Latest from FreightWaves. All right, Eagle has some additional thoughts coming up here, after which, what do we got? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. News, a service of industrial injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can keep it working.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has paused the deadline for military action against Iran, announcing a 2-week suspension of strikes involving diplomacy involving Pakistan's leadership. Oil prices fell following the announcement. The CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase warns the ongoing conflict with Iran could tip the U.S. economy into a recession.
Jamie Dimon issued the warning in his annual letter to shareholders Monday, writing, "Now, because of the war in Iran, we additionally face the potential for significant ongoing oil and commodity price shocks. According to Dimon, it may lead to stickier inflation and ultimately higher interest rates than markets currently expect." John Sommers, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 85 points. The S&P 500 added 5 points, and the NASDAQ rose 21 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Sommers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Sommers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, getting a response around the country on Hannity's program this past evening. He spoke to Mark Levin. What did Levin have to say about developments of the past day? He opened, they say, with the unequivocal, thank God Donald Trump is president of the United States, because no president would have done what he has done. None, period. Then, the warning. He said, the ceasefire is real. The regime is not gone. China and Russia aren't waiting. They're already moving to rebuild what we destroyed. Now, Levin put it plainly. Their military may be destroyed, but the communist Chinese will still help them. The Russians will still help them to rebuild. So this thing's not over. on HZB, which is still firing missiles into Israel. Hezbollah has killed more Americans than Iran directly. HZB is Iran, a ceasefire they've already broken while we're celebrating. Now, Levin's core fears, the one nobody wants to say out loud. Trump will not be president forever. We agree that Donald Trump is a once-in-a-century leader, which means the next leader and the leader after him, they're not going to be Donald Trump. So how do you enforce a deal with 7th century barbarians after the man who made them bend is gone? No regime change means the regime survives in one form or another. A strong man rises, the same prison, the same cancer, waiting for the next weak administration. Levin named it. How do we keep this enemy, this poison, this cancer, these Islamist radicals, how do we keep them in a box? Now, he reframed the Hawks versus the Doves agreement or argument. It's not that I'm a warmonger. It's that they are a warmonger. It's not that I'm an interventionist. They're an interventionist. Now, he closed it by saying, I pray for the president and our troops. I pray for the people of Persia. I pray that this enemy drops dead. So Trump broke them, but keeping them broken is the question we haven't answered yet. Nobody knows. Interesting thoughts from Mark Levin. Are you hanging with us there, Eagle? Welcome back. Well, that would be affirmatively, no, not at the moment. Catching a few Z's. Oh, hello, Vic.
Hello, Steve.
That's never happened before.
No. I seen somebody today, they were talking to somebody, somewhere along the line, somebody mentioned Darth Vader. I don't know if it was in context of Eagles there or not, but it's his sleeping there that, Darth Vader had that sound and all that. But, and real quick, you know how the weather always changed there at the truck show? It seemed like it. Have you ever covered that or had anybody tell you that not all the best horses in the world run at the Kentucky Derby because a lot of horse owners don't? There's something that goes on with that weather down there in April, and it will affect some horses, and they don't want to kind of break them down, slow them down, or whatever for the next year. But that's just a little bit more enjoyable, but topic to talk about. But I think Mark Levin's spot on, and the reason it's not only the Chinese and the Russians, it's the people here in this country that Mark Levin called the crony capitalist, and what Karl Marx called the political economy, and that's what we're in right now. That where people are just looking at the government as, how could I make money from any situation or whatever. And I believe that played into the Iran deal there, where they said, okay, we'll have a ceasefire, because the different countries that are making money from the oil, including Iran, they were getting some of their funds cut off. And did you see where some of the IRGC's people, their dependents, they've got, I guess, a few daughters or something or whatever out there in Hollywood living a high life.
Yes.
And they're not wearing it. Okay. Well, I have to give Marco Rubio, because he says some of those people are here on what they call them, asylum or whatever. And he said they've been going back and forth to Iran. So how can they have an asylum, what a visa or whatever it is they call it, So he was canceling all those. And I would imagine that those women were probably over here just to pull a lot of subterfuge of their own and everything. basically keep America stirred up. So with the Pakistan people, whenever we pulled out of Afghanistan, I guess now Pakistan is having a lot of trouble with the Taliban, and then Pakistan basically sheltered Osama bin Laden for years, because that house that the SEALs raided, that was just across the road from the Pakistan Military Academy. And they didn't notice that house over there with all the security it had. Now that kind of takes a stretch there. So I think by and large that whenever Trump, I think he attacked Cargill Island just once, or was another time, I believe they realized, this guy is serious about, he's going to open the Straits of Hormuz. So it's going to be open one way or the other. And we'll just open this at least for 2 weeks and see how everything goes. And maybe we can kind of stave this off. So it's going to see, if they aren't negotiating in good faith, I would say they better just get ready and dust off their plans, or maybe they're trying to find plans. But when he mentioned China and Russia, we told Iraq that whenever we went over there and invaded Iraq, they could have ended that war sooner, but Iraq had a thing in their constitution that no foreign people could buy their oil. And George W. Bush didn't want to leave till Iraq changed that in their constitution. So they said, okay, we'll sell to foreign people. And they sold to China. So China can go in there. And then, of course, Obama and Valerie Jarrett came along and blew up the status of forces agreement in there. And we left a lot of equipment over there for that ISIS the first time. And that's pretty much the same thing that happened in Afghanistan. We left a lot of equipment behind. So I don't know what Iran's thoughts is now, or exactly what the situation is over there with their people. But I would imagine they're just trying to figure out how that they can get out of this and not really lose face with their citizens. Because if their citizens, if they can get out from under that repression, who knows, they can go there. And so they're just kind of, I think Iran, whenever Pappy was talking about a bully, that's kind of the perfect example. I'm kind of a small guy, and I put up bullies my whole life, and every bully has his toadies. And, and then when things starts to go south, and the bullies is like, the toadies is like, well, no, I didn't really want to do that or anything else. But, and, well, when I was in high school, every big freshman and sophomore would get the bright idea they were going to tangle with me. And finally, and every one of them was told, don't do it. Don't do it. And basically the school come and talk to me, because I did know a little bit about martial arts. And there's a place you can hit a person, you can stop their heartbeat. And I did that one day. And school kind of had a talk with me, and I told them. And then another situation come up when I was in college. And I had my lab coat, and I was walking along with my lab coat, which was white. And here's all these 5 guys from the karate club walking in front of me with their, what they call it, that gi or whatever, or something. And there was this one guy that was hollering at me. It was springtime, and he's hollering at me from the lawn and everything else. And this other guy said to him, don't you know what they're all carrying? And he thought my lab coat was the key. And you never seen anybody shut up so fast in your life. And that's just the way bullies go. And I've had a few people too, after they were down, they'd want to try to jump up and grab me from behind. And I always figured that. And usually they just go flying over my back and land. And it's like, are you going to stop or not? Or do you want to stop? And 9 times out of 10, they give up. So, but that bully personality, it just goes on and on and on. Yeah. And everybody's talking about what Trump has done. you probably don't remember this, but after Iran took those hostages, did you ever hear that state nuke them until they glow? Well, that was the attitude back then. So I don't know what has changed with the American public in the interim. So, but where we're at right now today, I would say just don't put everything away. Don't let all that build up over there. Make sure that all that build up stays.
Yes.
Until
because a lot of things can change. I mean, we've had the speculation: 48 hours, a week. Yeah. What do you think? Is it gonna stay or?
Well, I believe if they take this 2-week ceasefire, Iran needs some money. They're going to make some money out of opening up the Straits of Hormuz.
Well, I know one of the points on their 10-point plan was saying that Iran's going to begin charging like a $2 million transit fee to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Would we ever agree with that? $2 million for a full container ship, I guess. If you break it all down, I guess it's feasible, but they're looking to enrich themselves.
Right, but I haven't kept up with that for years, but I know if we held up one of those million bushel grain ships, the demurrage would get to $1 million a day pretty quick. Like, so I don't know what the demurrage is on oil tankers or container ships. So it's money, maybe more than that in demurrage, or just pay the fee. So I suspect it's like, okay, we'll get that through, we get everybody get out of a pinch, and I suspect a great many people are going to increase their reserves. But again, the one reason that Iran Revolution happened was the Shah was making money hand over fist after the Arab oil embargo, and he was buying every bit of defense equipment he could from the United States, and that's where all that extra money come into after the Ayatollahs or the mullahs after the revolution. And the United States says, well, we're not going to deliver defense, all that military equipment to the revolutionaries. So then that went on from that, and that whole, I think it was the Algiers Accord. But anyway, let's just say that Obama greatly short-circuited the process for them to get that money back, so that they had deposited for parts and everything else. And money, I guess, is pretty well worn out. But, then they wound up getting off on this nuclear kick. And I don't know if you remember this or not, but right before Trump took office, the FBI busted a spy ring there at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, a Russian spy ring. And they were getting civilian jobs, there around the Smoky Mountains as cover and everything else. But they were at in some of our most sensitive nuclear secrets there at Oak Ridge. So whenever they jumped onto Trump for Russian collusion, it's like they know that. I mean, surely if he'd been colluding with the Russians, they would have known that. So, that there's a lot of stuff that's going on there with Trump, and I imagine there's some people, it's like, somewhere along the line, somebody might start paying attention. Well, all they really knew before Trump was elected the first time around. So, but where we're at right now, all Trump is saying is, you can't even be trusted with just the simplest of military equipment, and you keep saying you're going to get rid of the great Satan, and then you're going to go after Israel. And that's where I don't get where they're talking about the war crimes, is because essentially the United States is defending Israel. There's no question about that, and we have for years, but we've gotten some other good things out of Israel. But by and large, the big thing with these negotiations is, let's just look and see how the American people react. And I don't know exactly what it is that people think they're going to gain by keeping that Iran regime in place. I mean, I just it's just beyond my comprehension because I don't want to talk about Vietnam a lot, but they, they would do that over in Vietnam, when they were just about ready to have to cry uncle. They said, well, we're going to have a ceasefire. All the different politicians would do that. And then they would build up their strength. And the next thing you know, they were right back at it again.
Yep.
So by and large,
this is going to be a test. Yep. Because that's, first thing that crosses my mind. Is this just an opportunity for Iran to kind of gather their senses, try to get a chance to unfurl some of the munitions that haven't yet been destroyed, get them out of the caves, get reset, and let's just start all over again. I hope that's not the case.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Yeah, that is one tidbit we hadn't yet touched on. It was very early this past day, about 7 a.m. First reports were coming in about explosions on Iran's Karg Island. The island that had been much discussed about U.S. forces possibly trying to take over. The early reports had no idea what was taking place. As it turns out, yes, the United States was indeed launching a sweeping series of strikes on Karg Island early Tuesday, hitting dozens of military targets. According to officials, American forces struck more than 50 military sites on the island that lies off Iran's southern coast, serves as the primary oil export hub for Iran. 90% of the oil coming out of Iran goes through Karg Island. It took place early Tuesday morning. They say we deliberately avoided oil infrastructure. Despite Karg Island's central role in global energy markets, U.S. officials stressed the strikes were carefully targeted to limit broader economic disruption while degrading Iranian military capabilities. Now, I've got to tell you, with the discussions and all the media hype over the last, it's been, at least 3 weeks. So when you first start hearing reports of the U.S., President Trump moving 30,000 troops, we may have a actual invasion, a ground invasion, taking Karg Island. Do you not think Iran has been trying to, get prepared, building up a military presence there to try to ward off any sort of ground invasion force? I would say, yeah. All this action just ahead of the deadline, of course, that came a little over 12 hours later. All right, Carg Island, long known as a critical node when it comes to Iran's economy and their military logistics. It is a focal point in this ongoing confrontation, striking 50 different military targets on Carg. Maybe did that also possibly play a role in Iran's leadership saying, you know what, this whole threat of 8 p.m., it may not be some sort of a propaganda campaign. Trump's lived up to his word on pretty every threat that he's made. I would venture to say they had genuine concern. If we're taking out all the military targets on Carg Island, U.S. boots on the ground very well may not have been far off. I think this all puts, all of that now kind of goes to the back burner, at least momentarily. Quick industry headline before we close out another hour. The March Bureau of Labor Statistics numbers are in, and it put truck transportation employment at 1,464,000 and some odd jobs, the third consecutive month below a threshold last seen in 2017. The trucking sector shedding 800 jobs from February and is down 27,300 from a year ago, with more than 124,000 fewer jobs than October of 2022, when the industry was peaking due to the whole COVID pandemic. This is a near decade worth of job gains has been released. Regulations, rising fuel costs continuing to squeeze carrier capacity, even as the spot rates are climbing. It's 844-844-3388. Final hour just ahead. News, a service of industrial injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is delaying military action against Iran for 2 weeks following discussions with Pakistani officials who helped mediate the talks. The newly confirmed Department of Homeland Security Secretary is suggesting big sanctuary cities may lose customs enforcement at their airports.
DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen is questioning whether DHS should process customs at their airports because his agents can enforce immigration law once the international traveler leaves the airport. Mullen says he's going to take a hard look at the cities that want to work with DHS across the board. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The White House wants to cut some 9,400 jobs from the Transportation Security Administration.
That's according to part of the administration's budget proposal for the next fiscal year. The move would also cut $1.5 billion from the 60,000 employee agency that oversees airport security. This after President Trump suggested that smaller airports use private security. The proposed cuts are not related to the government shutdown that left TSA workers without pay. Congress will hold hearings on the request later on this month. The new fiscal year starts October 1st. The union that represents TSA workers said it's against privatization, that the move would make air travel less safe. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Freelance journalist Shelley Kittleston was released in Baghdad after being held by Hezbollah.
American journalist Shelley Kittleston has been released in Baghdad following her abduction last week. Iraqi officials and the Iran-backed militia Hezbollah confirmed her release, reportedly in exchange for detained militia members. Kittleston is expected to leave Iraq immediately. The case highlights ongoing risks for journalists in conflict zones and the complex role of militias in Iraq. Rod Warner, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 85 points. The S&P 500 added 5 points, and the Nasdaq rose 21 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
I had a lapse in judgment, and there was a lack of faith, and I take full responsibility.
But now another former staffer of Congressman Tony Gonzalez says the Republican lawmaker sent her sexually explicit text messages.
The San Antonio Express-News was first to report on the new allegations. It comes 1 month after Gonzalez dropped out of his primary runoff due to a scandal involving his alleged affair with a congressional aide. The House Ethics Committee declined to comment on the latest allegation against Gonzalez, as it's already investigating whether he violated the House Code of Conduct. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Radio host Howard Stern and his wife are being sued by former assistant Leslie Kunn. She alleges a hostile work environment and improper non-disclosure agreements tied to their work at SiriusXM. The complaint seeks damages and raises claims of workplace misconduct as well as contract abuse.
Baba Booey.
If you think your allergies are getting worse, well, you're not alone.
Allergy seasons are getting longer and more intense because of climate and environmental changes, so says Dr. David Gudis, who heads the rhinology division at New York's Presbyterian Medical Center. He also says they can develop later in life because of a new location or simply because of changes in someone's immune system. He recommends such over-the-counter medications as nasal steroid sprays, antihistamine sprays, oral antihistamines. He also advises patients to spend more time indoors with air conditioning when the pollen count is high and keeping the windows shut. I'm Jim Roop.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you say? Here we go, final hour on a hump day. Midweek coming on. Good to have you with us. Other international headlines. I guess poor Kim Jong-un is feeling like he's kind of left out of the party. You know, international headlines being dominated by Iran, Israel, the Middle East, the Gulf. I need some attention. So Rocket Man back in action. North Korea this morning firing fresh, unidentified ballistic missiles toward the East Sea. Following the launch of multiple short-range ballistic missiles earlier in the day. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff said they detected the launch without providing further details. Japan's Prime Minister office also confirming the fresh missile launch, said the Prime Minister has instructed officials to dedicate maximum effort gathering and analyzing information, provide the public with timely, appropriate updates. They went on to say all necessary measures are being taken to ensure the safety of aircraft, vessels, and other assets while maintaining full readiness for contingencies and precautionary response actions. Earlier this past day, South Korea's military reported North Korea fired multiple short-range ballistic missiles toward the East Sea, marking the fourth confirmed missile launch this year. According to the JCS, missiles were launched from the Wonsan area, traveled about 150 miles. Just a day after the North fired an unidentified projectile from Pyongyang, which is believed to have failed shortly after takeoff. So everybody watching closely, Rocket Man back in the picture. I need some headlines here. Looky, I'm still here. Morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Who put that song out, Rocket Man?
Elton John.
Oh, Elton John. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to remember who put that song out there. I fell asleep and Ziggy woke me up. I thought, man, I better get up and call Steve. I promised him I'd call tonight. So, thank Ziggy for waking me up.
There you go. Thanks, Ziggy.
Well, I got news for Howard Stern. It's not Baba Booey. It's pronounced Bubba Louie. Bubba Louie is a fictional Mexican donkey that appeared in the Quick Draw McGraw show, and he is a deputy and familiar with the sheriff, and he speaks English with a Mexican accent, see. So, here we go with all that there.
I remember Speedy Gonzalez as a kid. I guess you're politically incorrect now. We're not allowed to run any of that. It's a stereotype or something.
Oh, yeah. You can't be picking on them Mexicans. See, they're coming up here to take our names and our jobs, right?
Yeah.
Especially those named Karen, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, I sent you an email earlier about the Artemis 2 astronauts tearing up as the moon crater was named after the mission commander's late wife.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, well, it just reminded me that I'm not the only one in this world going through a tough time, Steve. So I got prayers for him, too. This was off of Mediaite. I don't even know who they are. Al Sharpton declared Kamala Harris is a potent force in the black community, but being ignored by Dems as a 2028 candidate. Really? Tax dodger Al? Here's a quarter call. Someone who cares. You know, he still owes over $700,000 in back taxes, Steve. And Stacey Abrams paid hers off, but reports showed that even the IRS employees owe millions in unpaid taxes each year. So I guess the same people that do that give that DOT physical, they probably couldn't pass one themselves either, right? See,
that's a possibility.
Yeah, it's always a possibility. Well, let's get the important stuff out of the way there. A simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all my Marine Corps brothers and sisters, and anybody that's a veteran. And gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers and his family. Y'all buy some Stabile products, Hot Shot Secret products, Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. Make sure you call Steve at 844-844-3388. You won't have much time to do it tonight, but you can do it any night of the week except for Friday night and Saturday night. So, and this ain't no sleepy eagle either, Steve. I saw an article in the Drive. Someone turned an old Ford van into a mini semi, and it's fantastic. I didn't see the writer's name. He said, sometimes I wish I were a truck driver. It isn't a glamorous life. That much I understand. But still, when I get the chance to haul gravel in my 1966 Ford 600, it's one of the highlights of my life. That's why I don't blame whoever built this tandem axle Ford Economic.
Okay.
And it's for sale now on Bring a Trailer. So if you like odd automobiles, you can buy one now. So, all right, Mr. Steve Summers, I'm going to kick Ziggy back over on the other side of the bed, and I'm going back to sleep. Oh, wait a minute. I got clothes in the washing machine right now. Better put them in the dryer. So, all right, Steve, have a great day, brother.
All right.
Oh, did you try my tape measure trick?
I did not try that yet.
All right, well, I'm going to tell everybody what it is. Get your tape measure, pull it out to 126. That'll be for the year 2026. And bend it back and put the tip of it on 126. And if you look across from the year you were born, it'll show you exactly how old you are. So, just in case you didn't know, say so. Anyway, all right, have a great day, brother.
All right, Knuckle Buster, get that line. Nothing like you're working it like he's Central Time, 3:00 in the morning, doing laundry, 3:15 a.m. It's 844-844-3388. This. Quite the interesting piece. Not coming from U.S. media, coming from British media, no less. But take a listen to what he has to say. I think he may be on to more than many of us may realize. A British news host just explained Donald Trump's strategy better than anyone in American media. And he, the British news host, is terrified at what it means for Europe. It's a host, Alex Armstrong, with GB News. He talked about the geopolitical map that American media refuses to draw. This war, he says, is not about toppling Iran. It is about reshaping the global order. And America is winning on every front. He said, let's start with oil. The Strait of Hormuz carries 45% of China's oil supply. Now, Donald Trump effectively captured Venezuela's oil supply in January. As Armstrong put it, look who's got the upper hand all of a sudden. America is now controlling the vast swaths of oil that China needs. China is in the middle of tariff negotiations with Trump. Suddenly, its entire energy supply depends on American goodwill. Then Europe, with Russian energy off the table and domestic energy hollowed out by the leftist obsession with their net zero, Europe is becoming wholly dependent on American oil and gas. Armstrong says they will dictate terms and use energy as leverage, not just economically, but geopolitically as well. He then connected the dots to what the Pentagon calls Greater North America, Greenland through the Panama Canal, the entire Western Hemisphere secured as a self-sufficient American economic and security zone. No more global policing, no more endless foreign commitments, just a fortified, resource-rich power base that others have no choice but to rely on. That is the new America, he says. The most striking part was his own warning for Britain, his home country. We have no energy security. We import around 60% of our food. We have no major industry. Our military is decimated. He described Britain heading toward a dark age not seen in over 1,000 years as America withdraws from its traditional role. Now, lastly, think about that. When a foreign ally's own news anchor publicly acknowledging that Donald Trump's strategy is working, even if it leaves them behind, that tells you everything about who has the leverage. The rest of the world sees what apparently American media refuses to admit. Donald Trump is not starting chaos. He's building a fortress. Makes sense. Ponder that.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Alrighty, up and at 'em. Got a hump day coming our way.
Yeah.
Hey there, Eagle.
Yeah. Hello.
Hey, we got you.
Yeah, you got me this time. Yeah, I had just stepped out of the truck when you put me on last time. Yeah, hey, Steve, yeah, I got some more thoughts. I want to talk about the Strait. I want to talk about the Strait of Hormuz tonight, and then I'll get back to Iran. Okay, now we're going to see tomorrow, Steve. Me personally, I think that Donald Trump and the president of Israel, they need to hold a news conference tomorrow, and they need to make it real clear. They need to make it real clear to the to this National Guard people that Israel is a part of this ceasefire, and that if the missiles continue being launched at Israel, severe consequences will take place, because we can't allow this to continue on. A ceasefire. We can't allow. They can't allow that to continue on. You know how embarrassing that is. That makes Donald Trump look bad, and then makes them both look bad. How the hell you gonna sign a contract? I mean, how you gonna have a ceasefire and then less than an hour later, you got missiles being shot at Israel? This is a joke. This is embarrassing at this point. Now when it comes to the Strait, we be put to the test tomorrow, Steve. We already clearly see that this Republic Guard, that these people still think that they're in control of Iran. I don't think Donald Trump said that was one of the things he opened. I don't think, me personally, I don't think that you'd have to be a complete idiot to try to take a ship down through there tomorrow or any other day with these lunatics still on the loose. The ship could easily be sank. A tanker could be hit because, like we said, there's clearly two people. There's two different leaders in Iran as we speak. This guy that they so-called communicating with, and then the other people. So they're taking a very big risk if they put a oil tanker tries to make their way down through the Strait. I know I wouldn't do it because it's a dangerous adventure. And you notice Donald Trump is not sending no U.S. naval ships. You notice he said at first he was talking about escorting them, but even Donald Trump knows that's very dangerous to put a U.S. ship going down through there. I don't trust these people. Ceasefire doesn't mean nothing to these people, as you clearly see, Steve. These people, as far as I'm concerned, all they are is buying time. Grump called in late tonight early and said that I had said this guy they were negotiating with seemed like a good man, but he said this guy's nothing but a yes man, and he might even work, and he might even be working for the bad people. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what he said. I heard what he said. Like I say, the whole thing doesn't make sense. But like I say, Donald Trump has been more than fair with these people. Whatever he does, like I said, whatever he does, Steve, he is more liable to do to do whatever he feels he has to do, because Donald Trump has gave these people chance after chance after chance, and they screwed him every time, giving him more time. And me, I would have already did my deal. I wouldn't even keep giving the extensions, talking about in good faith. Donald Trump is doing everything he can not to destroy this country and wipe it off the face of the map. But at some point, Steve, that's what's going to have to happen. Is that they're going to run out of chances. And the sad part about it, Steve, is that these people, these mullahs, this is actually what they want. They want to go down in a blaze of glory, because they figure they're going to see Allah and all this other nonsense, which is nothing but garbage. But they would rather go down in a ball of flames than do the right thing. That's the sad part about the whole deal. And I just seen the video. It seemed like they trying to keep people from seeing this video from Iran. I finally seen the video of these people standing in front of this nuclear power plant over there in Iran. These women and children, and this human chain of people standing out there with Iranian flags, and you still got people out there saying "death to America" and "death to Israel." It's hard to believe it. We actually trying to help these people, and they still have hatred towards the United States. So like Grump said, Steve, at some point, these people are going to have to stand up to these Republican Guard and try to take their country back, and get these losers out, so they can have a normal life. In the United States and Israel would be more happy to help them, but they got to want to help themselves, just like another guy said. They got to want to help themselves and free themselves of this cancer that's taking over their country, and because it's really disgusting what's going on. But like I said, Israel's in a bad position right now, Steve, a very bad position, because these missiles are still being launched at them. And they got to figure out what they're gonna do, if they gonna abide by the ceasefire, or they gonna make a move on these people that are launching missiles, because these people are gonna continue doing that, Steve, until they run out of stuff to shoot. And it's just really stupid what's going on right now. So like I said, hopefully Donald Trump tomorrow, Steve, he will be come on television. He should have done it today. He'll come on TV tomorrow afternoon or something, and issue a statement about what's been going on with Israel and these missiles that are continuing to be launched, and what could possibly happen if it continues, and we'll see how it turns out, because this is a very dangerous situation. It makes Trump look bad, and it makes the negotiators look bad, because because people are saying what the hell is going on? It's a ceasefire, and less than an hour later you got missiles still being shot. Right. So this has got to change, and hopefully Donald Trump will address it and let things be known that it will not continue, or something something is going to have to happen if it continues. And I thank you for taking my call.
There you go. And kind of what you were saying there, Pappy asked the same question I mentioned earlier when I was talking to Grump. What if there are actually legit leaders that are wanting a ceasefire in Iran, but others that are not? Trying to put a kibosh on the deal. I think that's pretty much spot on there. News, a service of industrial injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more with fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions, the knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on, industrial injection.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has paused the deadline for military action against Iran, announcing a 2-week suspension of strikes involving diplomacy involving Pakistan's leadership. The move is tied to negotiations that hinge on Iran agreeing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz as talks continue toward a broader ceasefire. Oil prices fell following the announcement. President Trump clashes with Tucker Carlson over his Iran policy as tensions rise.
Public dispute is highlighting divisions within conservative circles as Donald Trump criticizes commentator Tucker Carlson over warnings about U.S. actions towards Iran. Carlson has raised concerns about escalation, while Trump says his administration is focused on deterrence and regional stability. The disagreement reflects a broader debate among conservatives, with some supporting a strong response to Iran and others urging caution to avoid deeper conflict. As tensions continue, questions remain about how far U.S. policy should go and what risks come with it. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
The CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase warns the ongoing conflict with Iran could tip the U.S. economy into a recession.
Jamie Dimon issued the warning in his annual letter to shareholders Monday, writing, "Now, because of the war in Iran, we additionally face the potential for significant ongoing oil and commodity price shocks. According to Dimon, it may lead to stickier inflation and ultimately higher interest rates than markets currently expect." John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari says she will introduce articles of impeachment against Pete Hegseth, alleging he violated his oath of office after U.S. military strikes on Iran.
As the top official in the Department of War, Pete Hegseth has the duty to comply with the laws, lead by example for other military officials, and uphold his commitment to the Constitution above all else. He has done none of that.
She calls the strikes illegal. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
A new report finds five-figure credit card debt is growing among cardholders in the country's 100 largest metro areas. Des Moines ranks towards the bottom half of that list.
The report from LendingTree finds roughly 24% of Des Moines residents owe at least $10,000 in credit card debt. That's number 68 out of the nation's 100 most populated metro areas. Des Moines is below the 100 metro average of just over 26% of residents owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt. I'm Dave Bull.
More than 40 million people across the nation are bracing for a brief winter flashback.
Those in the Northeast, Midwest, and even some parts of the Mid-Atlantic and Southeast are seeing temperatures 10 to 20 degrees below average as a fast-moving clipper brings cold air from Canada. Forecasts suggest overall totals will remain light through Tuesday, but 1 to 3 inches of snow is possible across the interior Northeast, as well as slightly higher amounts near the Great Lakes and the higher terrain of the Adirondacks. The cool temperatures come just days after near-record warmth over the weekend, but they're expected to return closer to seasonal averages by Thursday. I'm Wendy Swanson.
ICE agents detained the wife of a U.S. Army soldier at Fort Polk, Louisiana, shortly after their marriage. She was held under a prior deportation order as her husband prepares for deployment. The case is drawing criticism and renewed debate over immigration enforcement, as well as military family protections. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, have you ever heard of the ghost murmur? We'll explain. Report says the CIA's ghost murmur technology actually helped locate the missing airman that was trapped inside Iran. That's a fascinating story. Before we get to that, Heads up. Trucking headlines. The FMCSA's new registration system called MODUS. It hasn't launched quite yet. But according to the reporter from Landline, the time is now for motor carriers to prepare for the transition. Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration is asking motor carriers and other registered entities to ensure their FMCSA portal accounts are active and accurate before MODUS goes live. This year, the FMCSA will introduce MODUS, the single, secure, quote, mobile-friendly online dashboard for registration action to all users. To facilitate the transition into the new system, motor carriers and other registered entities should ensure your FMCSA portal account is active, the correct portal company official is listed, and the business information is updated. The FMCSA says the goal of MODUS is to streamline the processing, enhance fraud prevention, and provide a more intuitive, user-friendly experience for supporting companies, motor carriers, brokers, and other registrants. So, what do you need to do? Entities with a U.S. DOT number or a U.S. DOT number and operating authority should take action in the portal now. Number one, ensure your FMCSA portal account is active. You can log into your portal account online. It's portal.fmcsa.dot.gov. If you don't have an account, create one now, they say. Secondly, verify your portal's company official. Ensuring that your company official is listed in your portal account will allow you to claim your U.S. DOT number in MODUS and automatically populate your new MODUS account with the existing records. The company official should be the company owner or an individual authorized to sign documents on the company's behalf. To claim a U.S. DOT number in MODUS when the system launches for registrants, the company official must use the same login.gov email to log into the FMCSA portal and MODUS. And thirdly, update your company information. You can submit an online biennial update. That's the MCS 150 in the registration tab to ensure the most up-to-date information is on file for your business. Now, the FMCSA, they say, has created kind of a resource hub to prepare stakeholders for the launch of MODUS. That includes a list of frequently asked questions as well as a fact sheet. If I could make a prediction, I predict this is going to be another FMCSA debacle, just like we're currently dealing with. That you no longer need to carry your medical identification card, right? It's all going to be digitally transferred. No problems. 10 years after the fact, and they still can't get it right. We'll see how it goes, but based on how many out there don't stay up to speed on their industry news, the industry information. When the time comes, half the damn people out there that need to be in this portal won't even know it exists. That's my take, but what is ghost murmur technology? According to the report this past day, the CIA used a previously undisclosed technology known as ghost murmur to help locate and rescue the airman that was shot down in southern Iran. The system, described as a form of long-range quantum magnetometry, is designed to detect the electromagnetic signature of a human heartbeat and combine that data with artificial intelligence to isolate it from background noise. Sources say the mission marked the first known operational use of the technology in the field. President Trump and the CIA Director John Ratcliffe indirectly referenced the technology on Monday during a White House briefing on the rescue. It's like hearing a voice in a stadium, except the stadium is 1,000 square miles of desert, according to one source. In the right conditions, if your heart is beating, we will find you. Sources say the system was developed by Lockheed Martin's Skunk Works division, although they declined comment. The technology has been tested on Black Hawk helicopters, could potentially be integrated into F-35 fighter jets, according to another source. The rescued airman, identified publicly only as Dude 44 Bravo, the weapons system officer who survived for 2 days in a mountain crevice after his F-15 was shot down. Officials said the relatively sparse terrain provided favorable conditions for deployment of the technology, with low electromagnetic interference and minimal competing human signals. The name is deliberate. Murmur is a clinical term for the heart rhythm. Ghost refers to finding someone who, for all practical purposes, has disappeared. While the airman had activated a combat survivor locator beacon, his exact location was still uncertain. Sources said the ghost murmur helped pinpoint his position, working in conjunction with the beacon signal to narrow down the search area to confirm his location. Had he come out of the crevice to send the beacon, one source said it was less important the signal they sent and more important that he had to come out to send it. By the way, Ratcliffe said during the briefing that the CIA achieved their primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive, concealed in the mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not invisible to the CIA. Trump said the agency was able to identify his position from 40 miles away. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. President Trump said the CIA was unbelievable. Either way, we know the operation involved hundreds of personnel, multiple aircraft, of course, 2 planes getting stuck, later destroyed, but no American casualties. 844-844-3388. All kinds of stuff we've never heard of. Surfacing since the beginning of this particular operation. All right, Senor Heatwave back. What you got going on?
Well, during the Gulf War, especially the second one, we had a shish kebab show with Baghdad Bob. Of course, he was live, being televised, saying, "There's nothing here. We've got the enemy far from Baghdad." And, of course, then you got the Abrams going right behind him as he's like, "Oh, that's not one of ours," But now you got the shish kebab show coming in from Tehran Tom, and they're not going live with video, but with audio, telling their people, "Oh, we are taking care of the Americans. They are worthless and weak." Now, why haven't we gone after their towers, either knocking them out or plain jamming them? Would that have, if we jammed them, would that have played all sorts of havoc with Musk's
Starlink? Yeah, good question. I don't know. I mean, how the I guess Iranian propaganda media. That's the only thing that's actually been getting out to most of the people if they didn't have Starlink.
Well, it seemed like well, of course, and again, I'm not not in the military anymore, but it's just my own opinion, seemed like if you were able to jam those particular channels, or even just flat out knock out the towers so they couldn't communicate their BS to the people out there, the people would be more informed of what is actually going on. We used to have, it was Radio Free Europe, where we were countering the communist propaganda. And I think the program got done away with. Grump would probably know more about that. But, whenever we go into a community, especially after, we've started, something long and protracted like this one has been for the last month, you would think we would have had our own Radio Free Iran radio station broadcasting out there. But that's just one of the questions I had to ask. I've been thinking about it. I don't know if y'all had talked about it while I was out doing other stuff, but I would think that's a question to ponder.
Very good.
And with that, I'll let you go.
All right. Hey, thanks for checking in. You got it. Meanwhile, boy, for those, we just had the Mid-America Truck Show, which for years we've always described 1 million square feet of exhibition space. With the West Wing having been torn down, it's in the process of being rebuilt. That's essentially, if you looked at that whole arena, the South Wing, the North Wing, the West Wing, 1 million square feet of exhibition space. Could you imagine that entire complex being on fire? That's essentially what a warehouse in Ontario, California, did this past 6-alarm fire engulfing a 1 million square foot warehouse. Broke out just after midnight, they tell us, Tuesday morning. More than 100 firefighters responding to the blaze. According to law enforcement, the facility contained paper products. Units from many neighboring departments were on the scene supporting suppression efforts there, but some of the aerial video showed the entire complex in flames. According to KTLA, firefighters battling a massive 6-alarm blaze that investigators believe was intentionally set by a warehouse employee in San Bernardino County early Tuesday morning. Multiple agencies responding at 12:30 a.m. It's a 1 million square foot Kimberly-Clark warehouse in Ontario, California. I've got video from the scene, flames ripping through the roof as the first arriving crews immediately called for a second alarm to bring in more resources, being fueled by paper products stored inside, eventually escalating to a 6-alarm incident. Units from several neighboring departments assisting Ontario. As of 5 a.m., firefighters had shifted to what they called just a defensive strategy, just pouring water on the hours-long blaze from ladder trucks that were positioned around the warehouse, but pretty much entirely gone. And I do believe there is a suspect in custody, arrested. I guess disgruntled worker maybe there. Wow.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
All right, here we go. Well, technically, no, we have not made it official. Morning, Horse Feathers. Late start.
Hey. Good morning, Your Honor. Yeah, a little bit self-inflicted, but that's a whole nother story. But anyway, so I guess for everybody out there, before we get to Spaceman time, you got to do, hey, Mike. What day is it?
Nothing like
what day, or what
nothing
day,
like a
or what day is it back?
Make it official. Yes, well, it is hump day. For most people, it's just getting started. Yes.
All right. So, well, some people it might be what day has it been. I mean, if I was doing what I was supposed to be, it'd be getting pretty close to that. But anyway, other than that, yeah, heard a little bit there of the show earlier there. You mentioned the ghost murmur thing there. And I saw something there a little ways back, and I've been meaning to mention it and ask you about it. Now, do you remember back in World War II? I mean, you remember back then, right?
Not really, no.
All right. Well, anyways, they deployed this thing called the Ghost Army. Did you ever hear about the Ghost Army deal there they deployed in World War II?
I do not have a recollection.
So, to make the Germans think that we had more troops and equipment and things stationed in places than what we really did, they actually had inflatable vehicles made, tanks, half-track type things, Jeep-looking things, and from air or radar or stuff like that, it would actually look like actual, equipment. That, I mean, they'd blow up hundreds of these tanks in the field, and it looked like a whole, brigade, coming through. I don't know if it was quite hundreds, but a lot. And anyways, they were all inflatable. So, one truck carries 10 or 15 of these inflatable things, and, they go in, blow them up, and now it looks like you got a whole big regiment of tanks and coming, your whole thing. So anyways, I caught something that Iran was kind of doing the same thing, that they had like inflatable balloons that would look like aircraft and stuff like that they were actually using to make our military target them to actually use more of our weaponry, missiles, up to actually destroy, essentially balloons.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if you'd heard anything of that through this event we've been having here with Iran. But that was one thing that I'd come across somewhere. I don't.
Kind of fascinating.
Anyway, so if that's true or not, I don't know. Maybe somebody else has more of a thing in that.
Yeah.
And I guess the only other thing I had quick here, I heard Grump there talking about Mexican drivers being up here on NAFTA. Now, NAFTA kind of went away with Trump's, 45 presidency.
Yeah, I mean,
rewrote the whole deal.
The whole USMCA, wasn't it? U.S., Mexico, Canada agreement.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if what was written in NAFTA for the Mexican drivers carried on and into this new agreement the way it was in NAFTA, or if there's actually new language in the USMCA agreement there that would actually be able to take these non-speaking Mexican drivers and not allow them to come across the border or run where they are outside the trade zone that they're what are they allowed, like 10 or 15 miles in down there to bring things in and take things back. And maybe there's something that I don't know. As I say, I don't know if the language got carried over from the NAFTA agreement onto the other, or where that's at. Maybe that's something that needs to be looked into. Maybe smarter people than us in Washington D.C. are actually doing that. I don't know. Anyways, that's a question for them. So, of course, we all know that they listen to this show down in Washington because there's a lot of things we talk about that the next day it seems like it happens. How does that work, Your Honor?
Yeah, right.
Do you have an inside connection with this friction reduction thing here? How does that work? Anyways, Your Honor, we'll let you throw out the number there for tomorrow, starting out tomorrow morning.
Which we'll be getting ready for a Friday Eve, shall we call it? That indeed will be the case. All right, we'll also come back for our Thursday edition. Undoubtedly, we'll have more details as we look toward the weekend, looking at a big pattern change that through the weekend and into next week could bring potentially a severe weather outbreak. First, the storm moves onshore in California, progressing inland over the west late this week. Then begins to draw moisture out of the Gulf. While some areas actually need rain, could see too much of a good thing. Of course, forecasters with AccuWeather say Saturday, they've outlined a zone from southwestern Nebraska to eastern New Mexico, including northwest and central Texas for potential severe weather. Sunday, that zone is going to broaden, shifting further to the east. By Monday of next week, severe storms projected to extend from central and northeast Texas all the way into Minnesota, southern Wisconsin, northeastern Illinois. There's the possibility of this evolving into an outbreak if it becomes apparent that hundreds of incidents could occur daily. So, again, more details on our Thursday edition. Hope you'll come back to join us again, which, of course, we kick that off at the midnight hour Eastern Time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.